Hello, hello, hello. I'm sorry I'm late. It's been a thing. How is everybody? How are you guys? Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm really late. Oh, I'm so sorry. At least I'm getting levels. That's something, I guess. My hair is a little mess. Um, hey everybody. Hey Ellery, Derp, Milo, Laser. I always feel like we're doing like roll call at school. Or at least what I've heard. I didn't go to regular school. Hey Toonie. How is everybody? Oh my gosh. There we go. Hello, Jay. Hi, how is everybody? I'm here. I'm here late. But the good news is, I finally am about to be able to, with any luck, knock on wood, it will probably go up late tonight, but the Disenchanted video will be up really, really soon. So, that's what I was working on when I looked at the clock and was like, yo, I need to leave. So hi. If anybody's coming in, um, I hope you're doing better, Laser. Hi Milo. How's it going? Everybody, I think everybody who is here right now, at least, was here for the stream last night where we read half of this Nancy Drew Files, Secrets Can Kill. And I got off a little bit early, and promised to read the other half tomorrow, before I could forget. So here we are. Hi, Rachel. Let me pull up my Goodreads. Where did we leave off? What was the last thing that happened? Let me get my chat up over here. Waiting for Avery talks about stuff, but I'm here. I'm here. I know I'm here because people can see me. There we go. Hi, Ellery. Time for another potential Joe ship to either become the center of my existence or rip my heart out into nothing between. Yeah. How many? Because I know a lot of you were here. How many people were here for when we did The Secrets Can Kill either of the streams, either the original game or the remastered game? That's not what I wanted either. Opening and closing the store I work at tomorrow. Boss said before leaving, I'll be praying all night that you guys will do okay. And I said, we're gonna burn it down and let people steal. I was here for both and can't remember the ending of either. Well, I remember the ending. I just am curious. I'm not going to spoil it, but I'm just curious to see if it's the same ending or a similar ending in the book or if they completely went rogue. It really could be either because they have taken some liberties that we found so far. Yeah, so we were halfway through. And by the way, anybody, if you're ever wondering, yes, I have more of these Nancy Drew File books, and I love how they're all right here in the want to read. I don't know if that's because we're currently reading it, and Goodreads is like, hey, remember how you logged all those other books in the series? I guess that's what it's doing. Don't remember the ending at all. I only seen the game streamed 3 times by 3 different people. That's funny. Well, technically speaking, it's because it was remastered, it's a different ending in the remastered and the original. So I think that's why. And it's the first game is basically just a prototype game, and it's not by any means their best work. So I think that's a little bit of why. Sorry, Streamception. I forgot what camera I was on. But yeah. But yes, so we are going to finish this book. I think for anybody that's just coming in, we're reading a Nancy Drew Files case. It's Secrets Can Kill. If you've played the game, it's what that is based off of. We read the first half last night, and I think where we left off, beginning of chapter 9. I think Nancy was locked in the school, right? She was locked in the school, and there was she could hear that there was somebody else in there with her. That's what it was. That was our cliffhanger from last night. So that's where we're picking up. Remember the motives of both games endings, but I can't remember who the person was the motive belonged to. Fair. Yeah, Yeah, I've been trying really hard to make sure not to say anything that can possibly spoil because I played the game so much. I was thinking because I have read some of these Nancy Drew files like back in middle school. I read a bunch of these and honestly high school too. Not ashamed of that. I'm still reading them now. But I thought I had read this one, but I think it was a false memory because I was thinking back and I was looking back through and realizing that I don't think I ever owned this one. And like I could have found it at the library, but like I don't know. I think I just read different books from this series and then played the game so many times that like I feel like I read this book. Like that's why it feels so familiar. Also, I've been thinking about getting a book called The League of Regrettable Superheroes as a gift to myself. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Also, Daryl apparently is hot when he's not an uncanny video game character model. So I know, right? I mean, everybody's hot in their own way. Everybody's attractive in their own way, I should say. But it's just so funny when you just remember what Daryl looks like in either of the games and then just hear the way that Nancy describes him in the book. It's very funny. I used to be so ashamed of reading below my level books when I was a young teenager, so I would hide my babysitter clubs under the big books when I was taking them out of the library. Dude, I always was so embarrassed to be like checking out because obviously like I collect and read on stream these books that were, to this day because they're nostalgic or just because they're comforting or whatever. And it's so funny because I never grew out of liking that stuff, but I always felt like I was supposed to. But now, look at us now. I refuse to believe Daryl is hot. Daryl is this is a look. This is a very 80s look. Daryl looks like every 80s boyfriend, like with the cardigan and the button up and yeah. I felt ashamed too. My English teacher in high school shamed me for saying my favorite books are a series of unfortunate events. I love series of unfortunate events. 3D model looks like a naked mole rat. It does. Yeah, no, and I don't know. It's funny. Like, I was like that. I went through a phase in early high school where I was ashamed of liking DCOMs. I was ashamed of liking below my grade books. And the truth is, like, they're just fun. Like, I think the reason, like, we've read a lot of, preteen and teen chapter books on these streams, and, like, I love seeing all of us get invested in it because they're all just fun, They're all, I feel like a lot of times when people are writing for kids, they feel like they are at liberty to do a lot more like imaginative things sometimes. I can't really describe it, but like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It might not be like the most like serious thing, but it's just very imaginative and I love it. Still got an A though. Yeah, I was always I really did cling to like Wishbone books when I was in probably like grade school and middle school because I did not enjoy reading classics until somebody was like, here's a little dog that can read it with you. Eat some grapes. Hey Paolo. Watched a lot of male YouTube reviewers who would disparage chick flicks and girls shows and stuff, so I thought that to be mature and cool, I had to do the same. That was an era. That was definitely an era that I feel like we all went through from like 2010 to 2014 or 15. And now when Dubros tried to tell me that I don't know anything about what kind of movies are good, I just laugh and keep making the videos that's like Enchanted is a feminist masterpiece because it is. Almost like healing your inner child because when I was at the age where I was supposed to like teen books, it was seen as uncool. So now it's good to like them unashamedly. Exactly. And this channel kind of revolves around that whole thing. It's kind of just like, I don't know. I feel like there's no, I like that our community is very non-judgmental of like the things that we're super into. Like check with other people to make sure my opinion was the right one. Milo, oh my god, that I did that too. I used to be, and I still to this day, and this channel has helped me in so many ways because I used to just genuinely be like, oh, my opinion is different from other people's. That means that I'm wrong and invalid. And making these videos where it's just like, well, what do I think about this movie? Do I really like it, or do I like some of it, or like, you know, do I disagree with the majority of people? It's been a really like good experience for me. And yes, there are days where someone watches my satirical review of something like Small Soldiers, and I still to this day get dude bros being like, I don't think you understand, like, it's satire. And I'm like, yes, I know. I still get those comments, and I'm like, yeah, I know. I don't think you get satire. And I'm just like, it's fine. It's fine. I don't have to like every single, well, I do like that movie, but like, I don't have to agree with you on every single tiny little thing, and I'm fine. And I liked and if I liked something that people I respected said was bad, I would stop liking it. I would pretend to stop liking it. I never would actually stop liking it, but I would put up the front that I didn't like it. But when Percy Jackson Disney Plus show, we know it's in 2024. But yes, definitely, absolutely. I know it's a long way out. Camera, we're not going to do this tonight. Absolutely not. But yes, that's definitely going to happen. And far before 2024, I promise I'll read through the books. Small Soldiers is the best. Small Soldiers is just a good movie. It's a kid's movie about how the military-industrial complex hurts everyone, including the soldiers in our military. And it's just like, damn, this was really made for kids. The 90s were wild. Dude bros should absolutely Google the definition of satire before using it as an excuse to invalidate opinions. Yeah, yeah. And now I'm just able to find that kind of stuff funny. I remember when I first started, I was like really hurt because like I was really like, oh no, maybe I am stupid, dude bros. Just like, I don't know. Just like a dude that's like some like the if you've ever seen I don't deal with that much, but occasionally in my comments I'll get a guy who's like very pretentious and kind of misogynistic, and you know, if I say that I don't like a movie that was his favorite, he tells me that I'm a woman who doesn't understand because it's the internet. Dude bros should always be avoided. A channel called Dude Bros should always be avoided. Yeah. Is about the military industrial complex, and Holes is about the prison industrial complex. It is. Yes, it is. I need to do a video on Holes. That's one of those things that's like, I'll get to it one day. Wendell and Wild is about the school to prison pipeline for minorities. I've never actually seen that one. Transformers, Rise of the Beasts, Bumblebee with a bigger budget. Bumblebee was always my favorite Transformer. I don't know if that's basic or not. I will watch Wendell and Wild. That sounds very interesting. Okay. So, don't need to do anything because our book is already logged for anybody just coming in. We read half of it. We read 74 pages of it, so about half of it. And this is our, this is our 28th book we've read on stream. So let's just get going. I had to scroll down and I just saw Rachel's comment. I refuse to believe Daryl is hot, and it made me laugh again. Sorry, if you're watching this and you look like Daryl, none of this is a slight against you. We just have very strong feelings about Daryl as a person. Yeah, these are all the books that we've read. I like looking at them. It makes me feel so accomplished. There's this like collector's part of my brain that I'm just like, ooh, I want to see how many like books we've been able to put on the red shelf. Say it again. I enjoy being a hater. I don't enjoy being a hater per se, but like if somebody's gonna try to tell me that my opinion that I have is not valid at all for no real reason other than it's just not their opinion, I can get pretty snarky. I always say a little bit like a peanut. When I was in youth group, we had to do this thing where we had to go to the store and pick out a candy that we thought represented us and tell everybody why. And I remember bringing a peanut butter cup and saying that I'm a peanut butter cup. I'm a little bit salty and a little bit sweet. And I'm going to change it up. Francie to be endgame Rex. That's just what I want. They're so perfect for each other. There's so much will they, won't they energy. I just want some writer to commit. Like what you like, forget others, find people who like what you like. Exactly. When I started YouTube, and to this day, I will go to Nick Nimit's channel for advice. And I think it was his channel, somewhere on his channel, where I remember right when I was starting, he was talking about like figuring out what kind of content you want to make on the platform. And I remember him saying like, find where your interests and your talents intersect. And even if you feel like that's something that like, will anybody care about this? If you care about it, that means that there is a group of other people out there who do care about it. So just keep going until that group finds its way there. Pure aesthetic artistic review of men. Oh. Hang on. It's very chewy and very sour. I feel bad because I'm like, Daryl, I swear, I'm not like shaming you, the fictional character that doesn't exist, off of your appearance. It's really just your personality. I don't know what to make of Daryl. I've played so many versions of both games. We're halfway through this book. I still don't know what to make of Daryl. People are weird but true. Yeah. I'm joking, but only a little bit. I know. All right. I'll stop talking and get reading. With on the topic of Daryl, like the game model doesn't give me gender envy. But yeah. This is, I would say, arguably, definitely the most attractive Daryl that we've gotten. But even though I don't mean that in a backhanded way, it's gonna sound like that because that design that they gave the character in both versions of the game, but especially that remastered one, oof, it was not good. Daryl has good qualities and will be some woman's ideal man, but God, I despise him. I can't tell if he's a good guy who's just dealing with some shit or if he's just an asshole who's putting on that like fuckboy vibe. Using the eye of the beholder to each their own. Yeah. No, this Daryl is adorable. It's mostly just the baggage of everything that we know from playing the games, and so far everything that he's done in this book. Although he has had moments that have made me like him for sure. DK, if he's a good guy or a nice guy, right? And those are two different guys. You want a good guy, but you don't want a nice guy. I think Daryl may be a murderer. This is not spoilers because I don't remember the ending because he's acting so suspicious. I mean, he might be a murderer. Someone killed Jake. Can I just tell you how annoyed I am every single time they call him Jake Webb in the book? Because his name was Jake Rogers in the game, and that just seems to flow so much better. Jake Webb? It's a bullshit name. Turns out to be the murderer. I'm gonna be shaming the Daryl apologists in the chat. Fair enough. All right, well, assuming the camera can have a meltdown, we should be good to actually start reading. So let's see, chapter 9. Yeah, so Nancy heard somebody lurking around in the school, was convinced that it was the murderer, ran to the exit, realized that she was locked in, and so turned around ready to literally fight because Nancy's badass. So that's where we are. Chapter 9. If Daryl is the murderer, I'm never shipping Joe with anyone again because it feels like I've been accidentally cursed them in to have bad boyfriends only. It's like if anybody's read the Monk books, like the Monk novels, Natalie, I swear to God, is cursed because like every time she likes a dude, he's either straight up the murderer or he's just a douche. And like it never works out. I'm just like, poor Natalie. It's a generation gap I'm not experienced. I assume being good and nice are one and the same. So like being good and being nice are the same thing, but when like somebody says somebody's a good guy, that means he's a good guy, but like a nice guy has become shorthand for like a guy that is polite to women and then feels like women then owe him something for being polite to them. It's a bit of a slang term at this point. Nancy's such a girl boss. I love her. Nice has different connotations. Yeah. When somebody online says nice guy, what they mean is a guy who's not really nice, but just is being like fake polite to get something from you. Anyway. Chapter 9. Everybody settle with your various drinks and candies. Assorted goods. Nancy closed her eyes, waited a beat, then forced them open. The dark hall loomed above her. Loomed ahead of her. Sorry, my brain. Okay. Loomed ahead of her. She focused on the bottom of the staircase. Held her breath and waited again. All she saw were shadows, and all she heard was her own heartbeat. No one was there. Not now, anyway. You can't... I know what it means when it says they could hear their heartbeat, but, like, you can feel your heartbeat. You can't exactly hear it. No, Paolo. Where was I? Sorry, I'm getting pedantic. Definitely hear your heartbeat in high stress situations. At least I can. Okay. Maybe I just don't. Maybe I'm just. You ever have this moment where you're like, maybe I'm just dumb? And then you're like, maybe I can hear my heartbeat. I don't know. I'll have to think about it the next time I'm really, really stressed, which probably won't be very long from now. All she saw were shadows, and all she heard was her own heartbeat. No one was there, not now anyway. Letting out her breath in a sigh of relief, Nancy leaned against the door and found herself falling backwards as the door opened easily, depositing her on her rear on some stone steps outside. Of course, she thought, picking herself up. It's a double door. You just push the wrong side. Glad to be outdoors, Nancy took several deep gulps of the cool autumn air. Then she saw George's car make a slow turn around the side of the building. Hey, Nancy waved her hand and ran down the front steps. Here I am. The car slowed and Bess stuck her head out the window. We were just about to give up and go home, she said. George has been driving around the parking lot forever, but I kept telling her you probably got a ride with Daryl. I wish I had been with Daryl, Nancy said as she climbed into the back seat. He's a lot more fun. And a lot safer, too. Why? What happened? George wanted to know. As they drove away from Bedford High, Nancy filled them in on everything that had happened, from the details of Jake's murder to her own scary escape from the video lab. And wait till you see the tape, she said, patting her duffel bag. It'll never win an Oscar, but it's one of the most fascinating movies I've ever seen. When they got back to Nancy's River Heights home and settled down to watch, they soon discovered that the tape was even more fascinating than Nancy had predicted. How far out of town is she commuting for this? Because River Heights is a small town and everybody knows Nancy, so she's got to be at least going a couple towns over. She's photosynthesizing. Nancy a lungfish. They soon discovered that the tape was even more fascinating than Nancy had predicted. And Walt Hogan was the only person Jake wasn't the only person Jake had made into a star. Ooh, I was hoping this would come into play. This is what we have in the games. Bess sighed as she watched Hunk tape his ribs. How can he stand to play when he's in pain? It's his only chance for that scholarship, George said. If he doesn't get that, he'll never make the pros. Yeah, and he wasn't about to let anything stand in his way, Nancy commented. Not the pain and not Jake. Poor guy, Bess sighed again. At least Jake Webb can't bother him anymore. Do you suppose Hunk is glad deep down that Jake's dead? He wouldn't be human if he weren't, Nancy said, but I'd have a question for you. Do you suppose Walt Hogan had anything to do with getting rid of Jake? Before either of her friends had a chance to answer that startling question, another face appeared on the television screen. The smooth, round face of Connie Watson. Who's that? Bess asked. A girl from Bedford High, Nancy told her, and scooted to the edge of the couch, wondering what on earth shy Connie could possibly have done to get a part in Jake Webb's quote-unquote movie. She soon found out the quote-unquote setting was a sidewalk sale in fashionably quaint downtown Bedford. All the shop owners had brought their wares out to the sidewalks on what looked like a sunny autumn day. Crowds of shoppers strolled by, eating ice cream, cones, and stopping to look at paintings, handmade pottery, and furniture, and Nancy noticed with a sense of dread, jewelry. Oh, he's going to catch her shoplifting. See, for anybody who doesn't know, in the games, he finds out that she's a secret, martial arts master. And I like that arc for Connie a lot more. It's kind of sad, yeah. Like, everyone's glad Jake's dead. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. I know he was an asshole, but he was just a kid. Yeah, it is pretty sad. Nancy knew what was coming the minute she saw the jewelry display. Sure enough, the camera panned the crowd and focused on Connie Watson, the large shopping bag in her hand. Nancy's heart sank as she watched what happened next. Connie picked up a bracelet, the one Nancy had seen her wearing, and admired it for a minute. Then she seemed to ask the shop owner the price and reluctantly put it back on the display table. Now just watch, Nancy told her friends. She's about to make the biggest mistake of her life. Hovering at the edge of the jewelry table, Connie waited until the owner was busy with about 6 customers at once. Then a close-up courtesy of Jake the cameraman showed her hook a finger under the bracelet, slide it onto her conveniently waiting shopping bag, and the camera pulled back. Then Connie melted into the crowds that filled the sidewalk. But Jake wasn't through with Connie. His next shot caught her going up the front steps of the high school, the early morning sun glinting on her new gold bracelet. So far, we've seen somebody covering up an injury and somebody shoplifting, George said. I wonder what's next. I'm not sure I want to know, Bess shuddered. This whole thing gives me the creeps. Oh no, Nancy pointed to the television screen and shook her head in amazement. It's Hal Morgan. I should have guessed. The next installment of Jake's horror show followed Hal, nervous nail chewer and future Harvard scholar, straight to the door of the office at Bedford High's principal. Like Walt Hogan, Hal probably thought he was alone because he glanced furtively around before entering the office. Camera, I swear to God, don't do it. Hi, Chris. Surgery went well, bad news. A major panic attack over the IV. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so glad you're through it, though. That's a lot. Hi, Patrick. Blair, I mean Nancy up too. The poor kid who does the cheats and plagiarism, yeah. Probably be a shoplifter. If I was like 10% more crazy when I go to stores, I literally cannot help but think how easy it would be to steal. Yeah. I'm one of those people that's like, yeah, fuck Walmart. But then like my conscience gets better at me, and if I like accidentally don't pay for a lip gloss, I have to like go back in and tell them. Covering up an injury and shoplifting. What's next? A boy literally murdered and someone cut Nancy's brakes. Yeah, these are pretty small time crimes, all things considered. Good book. I've never read that book, Misfiring. that was weird. I didn't know I could do that. Toggle. Imagine traveling to like 3 towns over every day just to pretend to go to high school. It sounds awful. More cynical. Guess I need to do something. Oh no, Paulo. Athletes play when they're in pain all the time. So in the game, again, this isn't really a spoiler because this is an alternate, I guess. In the game, we find out that he's like he's using steroids. And that's the big secret. We see him stealing steroids. Kind of a much more understandable thing than this book, you know? I would shoot myself rather than ever go to a high school again. Yeah. Dinosaur. Oh my god, if it's a pterodactyl a second time, that's gonna be really weird. What's Nancy up to? What's Blair, I mean Nancy up to? Nancy is finding out all the dirt on her classmates. They're not really her classmates. Really, I just lie on the floor like a fish gasping for air. Yeah. It's like me after a run. You imagine a pterodactyl flew through the halls and knocked Jake Webb down the stairs. Sorry, his late work is crazy. No need to be sorry. I was also late, so I have a need to be sorry, not you. Turn people into dinosaurs. Where was I? Sorry, lost my place. The camera didn't follow him inside. It held steady on the closed door. 5 seconds passed, and then the door opened. Out came Hal, who stood still, obviously trying to work something out in his mind. You can almost hear the wheels turning, George remarked. He's empty-headed. I wonder what he's after. Answers, Nancy said. Bess looked confused. Huh? Just keep watching, Nancy told her. You'll see what I mean. Having worked out the problem, Hal walked quickly to another door. Without bothering to look behind him, he opened it and went inside. The camera stayed on the sign of the door, which read counselor's offices. When Hal came out this time, he wasn't empty-handed. She said he's empty-handed. I was like, what? Empty-headed? That's a little bit rude, George. Anyway, when Hal came out this time, he wasn't empty-handed. He didn't look worried or confused anymore either. The camera gave Nancy and her 2 friends a brief glimpse of Hal's triumphant smile, but it lingered longest on what he held in his hands. Answer books for the scholastic aptitude tests, the SATs, if you will. How could Jake tape that without Hal seeing him? That's what I ask every time I play the game, George asked. He really knew his video stuff, Nancy said. He probably set that one up by remote control. Did it turn invisible? Those cameras were huge in the 80s. That would explain why the offices had been broken into earlier. He must have been rigging up the cameras. She thought a minute. I wouldn't even surprise me if he gave Hal the idea for stealing those answers just so he could tape the whole thing. After all, Jake did work in the principal's office. Wavering black bars and dancing snowflakes had appeared on the screen, and Nancy turned off the VCR and the television. I'm glad that's over, she commented. So am I, Bess stood up and stretched. I don't know why, but movies always make me hungry, even this one. Let's go see what's in the refrigerator. In the refrigerator, they found leftover takeout Chinese food. Sitting at the round oak kitchen table, the 3 friends discussed Jake's tape between bites of lo mein and shrimp fried rice. Ooh, I love lo mein and shrimp fried rice. Obviously, Connie didn't buy the bracelet, Nancy said. She stole it. And after Hal lost so much ground trying to become class president, he knew the only way he'd get into Harvard was to cheat on the SAT. So that's so that he could get unusually high scores. Bess poured herself some more diet soda. Oof, diet. Oh, she's probably Tab. Tab is terrible, so I've heard. And poor Hunk. It must be awful to feel so desperate. Why do you think Jake did it? George asked. Money? Maybe. Nancy crunched thoughtfully on an ice cube. But I think it was more of a power trip. He would find someone's weak spot and dig in. Jake liked knowing everybody's secrets. That's probably how he found out about me in time to tape us at the mall that day. He must have had his ear to Mr. Parton's door when Mr. Parton talked to my father. He knew my secret, quote unquote, too. He liked being king of the mountain. Is there anything I can disable so that the camera doesn't have a conniption? Let's see. There really isn't a whole lot extra open right now. Yeah, well, somebody finally pushed him off, Beth said. And no wonder. He must have had things on half the kids in school. But he only has 3 people on tape, George pointed out. Nancy, do you really think one of them killed him? Nancy shrugged her shoulders in frustration. Later, after George and Bess had left, she took a long, hot shower, trying to come up with an answer to George's question. Walt Hogan was strong enough to give Jake that final push. She thought, especially if he'd been angry. And Hal wasn't exactly a lightweight. If he'd been desperate enough, he might have decided to challenge Jake. She couldn't rule out Connie either. Sweet, gossipy Connie Wasson was as strong a candidate for murderer as the 2 guys. Anyone could have pushed him. Equality! Women can be murderers too! Nancy turned around and let the warm, misty spray roll off her back. Oh, I completely blanked on the part where she was in the shower. I was like, what? She's standing out in like a storm? Jake Webb wasn't just a thief and a vandal, she thought. He was the Bedford High blackmailer. Getting power from kids who'd made mistakes must have given him a kick. A sick, sadistic kick. Bars? But somebody had finally kicked him back. The question was who? Was it really one of the kids on the tape? Walt or Connie or Hal? Could one of those 3 Bedford High students have been so determined to get out from under Jake's thumb that he or she murdered him to keep a secret safe? Let's see, what did I miss in chat? Connie is actually a velociraptor in a really realistic human costume. Yeah, like Doctor Who with the, what do you call them? I always forget what they're called when the aliens that disguise themselves as like prime ministers and stuff and unzip the human suit. What I want to know is how is Jake able to do all of this without anyone realizing 80s camcorders were bulky? That's what I'm saying. That's what I say every time I play the games. Walking to a restaurant from my news station. Lady looks at me. The poor... Oh, Patrick. Or he's a supervillain. Look how rude, even if you were. Yeah, just very rude in general. Don't comment on people like that. It's rude unless you're going to offer to help. Say nothing. Exactly. Turn the camera off and on. Maybe try turning the camera off and on again. Don't kill the guy. He could have used different wording. Gosh. Oh my gosh. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. The camera, how is he hiding that camera? Like, that's what I want to know. Like, nowadays, sure, you can just hide a camera in anything, but those 80s cameras were bulky. I spend a lot of time processing my footage from my nice modern camera to make it look like it was filmed on one of those bulky cameras. The aliens you're thinking about are the Slytherin. Thank you. People keep reminding me, and I've seen that episode multiple times, and I always forget. I don't know what it is about Slytherin that I can't, like, lock into my brain, but I don't know. Thank you. Sorry. I always get distracted. I look up at the Goosebumps, and I'm like, ooh, pretty. We need to read Goosebumps. Might hop out for a few minutes to pick something up real quick. And then come back. That's fine, Milo. We'll see you soon. Aliens from New Who. Yes, they also fart. They're very disturbing. All right, chapter 10. Nancy pushed her sloppy Joe aside. Why did I just picture Joe Hardy, like, dripping something, like, eating a hamburger and having it go all over him, and then Nancy just pushes him? Sorry. Anyway, moving on. Nancy pushed her sloppy Joe aside and reached for Daryl's hand across the cafeteria table. I need a favor. Just ask, Daryl said with a smile. What, you need a ride home after school? Not exactly, Nancy answered, looking mysterious. I lucked out. This morning my dad surprised me with a new Mustang GT convertible. Damn. Carson Drew. Jeez. Daryl rolled his eyes. You've got to be kidding. The deal is, I'll pay him back when the insurance money comes through. Nancy grinned sheepishly. Plus 20 years allowance, I've been told. Poor baby, Daryl teased her, leaning close enough to brush his lips against her ear. Ugh. So what's the favor? You want me to test drive your new toy? Nancy didn't tease back. No, she said, forcing herself to pull back from Daryl's handsome face. I want to tell you something, but you have to promise not to breathe a word of it to anyone. I can keep a secret, detective. Promise. I'm pretty sure he says that to us in the books, too, and I want to punch him every single time. They were alone at a table in the farthest corner of the cafeteria. Any of the kids who happened to glance their way probably thought they were having a private lovers' talk. I don't like the way the writer said that sentence. This is somehow this is less erotic than Stay Out of the Basement. What's that about? Why are we bullying my son Joe over the name of a sandwich? I'm sorry, it's what my brain did. Episode Aliens in London in World War III. Yes, I am. Nancy, I purposefully crashed the new car so I could get a Rolls Royce. I don't know, that Mustang GT convertible? Damn. I'm not even into cars, but damn. But love was the farthest thing from Nancy's mind at the moment, thank God, as she quietly told Daryl about Jake Webb's blackmail videotape. I'm a Nancy and Daryl auntie. That's what it is, because I'm so Francie Endgame. That's what this is all about. I feel like an overprotective father when it comes to Joe Hardy sometimes, LMAO. Yeah, I do. I feel like an overprotective mother sometimes. And I'm like, nobody bullies my boy but me. PT convertible. Ah! It's a GT convertible, actually. I'm not sure what the difference is, but I know that they're both nice. She quietly told Daryl about Jake Webb's blackmail videotape. When she finished, she sat back and sipped her iced tea, waiting for Daryl's reaction. But Daryl must have been so stunned that he couldn't think of anything to say. He just stared at her with wide, dark blue eyes, his face almost blank. It's okay to be shocked, Nancy said. I was. And I'm the detective. You're not a detective, so you don't know what the fuck to do, Daryl. Yeah, Daryl shook his head and whistled softly. Wow, I am shocked. I mean, it's unbelievable. In the books where the ship is Daryl and Connie, I much prefer that. It is, unless you've seen the tape. So what are you going to do with it? Daryl asked. Turn it over to the police? Nancy shook her head. I guess I'll have to give it to them pretty soon. But since Mr. Parton is letting me handle this my way, I'd like to work on my own just a little longer. For now, that tape's going to stay safe at home, where I can keep an eye on it. Excuse me. Daryl nodded. I guess you think one of those kids killed Jake, huh? I don't know what I think yet, Nancy admitted. I don't want to believe it at all. But they're the only ones on the tape. Isn't that what you said? Daryl asked quickly. Yes, but somehow Nancy sighed. Jake really blew it for everybody, didn't he? Daryl looked sympathetic and concerned, just the way Ned would have reacted. Ned? Where's the thought of Ned coming back? Nancy thought. Then Daryl leaned across the table and gave her one of his sexiest looks. I don't know why that made me laugh. Don't take this wrong, detective, but be careful, okay? Warmed by Daryl's concern and support, not to mention his touch, Nancy spent the rest of the afternoon in between classes tracking down the 3 quote-unquote stars of Jake's videotape. Google is turning me into a car person with the pics of the 80s GT convertible. Ooh, 80s GT convertibles. I have seen them. They're actually pretty sweet. Happy that's 9 at finish audio series. In fact, yeah, I haven't listened to the audio series yet, but I'm excited. I always felt like he was underrated. A lot of head shaking going on in this book. Yep. Oh, the rare moments where the author remembers Ned is a character in these books. The author of this book hates Ned. I can tell. Damn, Nancy, forget about Ned. You obviously aren't that into him if you're simping over Daryl of all people. Yeah, it's almost like the writer of this book really hated Ned and then, like, got notes back from the publisher that's like, you gotta talk about Ned. Like, this is the first book in the new arc series. You've gotta remind people that Ned exists. And he was like, but do I have to? Where was I? She found Hal in the library, just beginning a paper that she happened to know was due in 2 days. Hi, she whispered. Sorry. Hi, she whispered as she joined him at the study table. I thought you'd be finished with that by now. Everybody says you're a real whiz. Hal gave her a nervous smile and shrugged. Well, I guess you don't have to worry, though, Nancy went on. I mean, if you're smart enough to get into Harvard and write papers for Jake Webb on the side, then that got Hal's attention. What do you mean? He interrupted in a whisper. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? Nancy was all innocent. Gee, I was sure I heard you and Jake talking about it in the hall right after that pop quiz, remember? Nancy's so messy when she wants to be. No, you didn't. I mean, you must have heard wrong. Hal stood up, gathering his stuff together with shaky hands. But I thought she was hearing Hunk. Walt. I don't want to call him Hunk. I thought she was hearing him because he was saying something about skipping practice. I don't know. Look, I've got to get going. Hal stood up, gathered his stuff together with shaky hands. Look, I've got to get going. Oh, too bad, Nancy said. I was going to ask your advice. See, I'll be taking the SATs soon, and I thought maybe you could give me some hints on how to handle them. Everybody says your scores were sky high. How did you do it? Or is that a secret? Hal looked so nervous, Nancy thought he might break down right there in the library. But he managed to hold himself together long enough to mumble something about luck. Then he rushed out of the room, but not before shooting Nancy a look of pure terror. Poor guy. Nancy wasn't sure what to make of it. Was Hal scared because of the SATs he'd stolen, or had he done something much worse than stealing and cheating? She decided to try again with him, but first she wanted to talk to the other two. Walt Hogan wasn't hard to find. He stood out like a redwood in a grove of saplings, and she spotted him right before fifth period, heading out one of the side doors. Good, she said to herself. You were looking for an excuse to cut calculus anyway. Ugh, calculus. Nancy followed Walt across the campus toward the track where she watched him run 2 laps before he stopped, throwing himself down on the grass. He was gasping as if he'd just run a 3-minute mile, and she figured he must still be in pain. Tired? Nancy asked pleasantly as she dropped into the grass beside him. Yeah, Walt grunted a couple of times and then opened his eyes. Do I know you? Well, we met, Nancy said. Monday, remember? Well, we sort of bumped into each other in the hall, and Daryl Gray introduced us. I'm Nancy Drew. Yeah, sure. Walt didn't look sure at all. How's it going? Fine. Nancy plucked some grass and twisted it around her finger. I watched you at practice the other day, she said. You really amazed me. I mean, I fell off the trampoline and I could barely walk, so I know what you're going through. What do you mean, what I'm going through? Walt asked. The pain, Nancy said. Jake Webb told me all about Webb? Walt broke in. What kind of business did you have with that scum? No business, Nancy said quickly. He just explained about your injury, and I wanted you to know that I understand. Look, Walt jumped to his feet, stood towering over her. I don't know what the slime told you, but whatever it was, he was lying. So far they're both pretty, he and Hal are both pretty characteristic to the way they were in the game. Nancy got to her feet and faced him. Hey, okay, she said. Don't get excited. I just thought, don't think, Walt shouted. He took a step towards Nancy, and for a second, she thought he was going to hit her. Oof. Just get out of my sight. There's no pain because there's no injury. You understand? With an angry glare, Walt turned and slowly walked towards the school. Nancy let her breath out. She'd taken a few judo classes, but not nearly enough to prepare her to face a raging 200-pound football player. Walt was touchy, to put it mildly, but Nancy still didn't have anything more than a suspicion to go on. No more hinting, she told herself. With Connie, are we going to find out that he is on drugs in this one? Just come right out, she told herself. With Connie, just come right out and say what's on your mind. As horrible as the truth is, you have to confront her with it. At least you won't have to worry about being attacked. You hope. The slime. Such an 80s insult. One of the reasons we hate Daryl, this whole book, is that Ned is only referenced in context of how similar they are, and we all kind of have total hate for Ned. It's true. It's true. It's true. It's kind of like how in the first season of Stranger Things, you hate Steve because he's like the proxy for every other teen douche boyfriend. But then when you watch it back after you realize that he's not a bad guy, you realize he doesn't really do that much, like, to hate him for. And he's my son, and I love him. You're, Are you my mummy? Not the gas masks. Oh, the 80s censorship. Slime. Like an 18, 19-year-old would use slime in actuality. I know, right? Can you imagine? Tony! Hi! Got a new cell phone service and able to reconnect to YouTube. Welcome back! We missed you! We're reading Nancy Drew Secrets Can Kill, what the game was based off of. This book is from 1986, and it is camp personified, and I love it. One of my New Year's resolutions is to read more Nancy Drew content, more Nancy Drew books, because I have a lot of them in the collection. Welcome home, Tony. Back. We're glad to see you, Tony. Happy to hear from you, Avery. Thank you. We are very glad to hear from you. Not welcome back, not welcome home. Welcome home was sweet, though. I thought that was cute. Okay, I'm just going to jump right in. Chapter 11. Or back in, I guess I should say. Nancy found Connie Watson in the gym. Can I just say I'm really glad that we split this one into two. Last night I was not able to read 152 pages. 2000s. 2000s were pretty cool. In hindsight. Nancy found Connie Watson in the gym after school watching cheerleader practice. She climbed the bleachers to her side. I have to talk to you, she said quietly. About Jake Webb and your bracelet and a videotape I found. Connie's round face flushed and then drained of color until it resembled a full moon. I don't, she stammered. Look, Nancy went on, ignoring the girl's panicked eyes. The police found your bracelet in Jake's locker, and I know it's yours because I saw the videotape. The one Jake made of you stealing it. I haven't shown it to the police yet, but I will, unless you tell me everything you know about how Jake was murdered. Tears ran down Connie's cheeks, making them glisten under the bright gym lights. It all started at the beginning of the school year. See, that bracelet wasn't the only thing I stole, she admitted. I took a sweater the first time, and it was so easy I decided to try for a jacket. Connie swallowed hard. Only that time I got caught. It's all in my school file. And since Jake worked in the office, he found out about it, Nancy commented. Connie nodded and took a shaky breath. I didn't know he knew, of course. But then after I took the bracelet, well, I knew it was wrong, but I wanted it so much and there was no way I could afford it. I promised myself it was the last time, but then... She wiped her face and sniffed loudly. Then Jake came strutting along, said he had a movie, quote unquote, he wanted me to see. I nearly died when I saw it. I told him I was going to return the bracelet, but that slug made me wear it. When I tried to get rid of it, he stopped me and kept it himself. He said he knew all about my shoplifting record, and that if he told anyone about the bracelet, I'd probably go to jail. And he was right. So after that, I had to do everything he asked, Connie shuddered. Everything. I hoped that when he died, my secret would die with him. Nancy felt terrible, but she had to keep pushing, or she'd never get to the bottom of the mystery. But Jake didn't just die, she said. Someone killed him. In the game, she specifically says that he forced her to be his girlfriend. So I don't like the implications of this. Connie needs a hug. I know. Poor Connie. Her eyes glistened with tears. Holy mother of fanfic. I know, right? Milo's back. Welcome back. 2000s. Yes, what a decade. Oh, yeah. I know, Connie moaned. Then she looked at Nancy sharply. I didn't do it. I'm not sorry he's dead, but I didn't kill him. And I can't believe you think I might have. I think that's also a line that they use pretty closely to verbatim in the game. At least the first one. With a sob, Connie ran over to the bleacher steps and out of the gym. Nancy felt helpless. She wished she could have told Connie everything would be okay. But Connie had as much reason to knock off Jake as anyone else he blackmailed. Until Nancy found out who did it, she could afford to feel sorry for anybody. She couldn't afford to feel sorry for anybody, not even sweet Connie Watson. I don't think it was Connie Watson. I believe in Connie Watson. I really wish people would try to understand kleptomania more. I don't think Connie specifically shows signs of it, but I have a friend who really, really struggled with it as a teen. Yeah, it's a misunderstood thing. I don't claim to know that much about it, but I do know that it's more than just like, I like to steal stuff because, it's fun. Like, I know it goes way deeper than that. Adriel! Oh no, I'm late. What did I miss? What did Adriel miss? So Nancy got out of the school unscathed. She didn't have a run-in with anybody. It was kind of a false cliffhanger, or whatever you call that. And then Bess, and George watched the videotape where we saw the football player guy, Walt. He's hiding an injury and lying about it so that he can play for a scholarship. Connie is she's shoplifting, and so that's the dirt that Jake had on her, and then Hal was cheating on the SATs. Honestly, normalize shoplifting. I mean, in this economy, yeah. I don't support robbing, like, small businesses and vendors, but, like, I would never say I support robbing Walmart, but also the Waltons have just an unjustifiable amount of money. I'm not saying you should steal from them. All I'm saying is that they're not going to miss the $20 whatever you shoplift. But again, I'm not saying saying as if this is going to get used in a court one day. I don't think Connie shows any signs because she uses things she steals. Most people with kleptomania just hoard things and take stuff they don't even really want. Interesting. I didn't really know that was part of the differentiation. Kleptomania is one of the big 5 compulsive disorders associated with addictive personality types. And for the sake of brevity, I won't go on a tangent from my brief attempt at a psych degree. I appreciate that we all respect the psychology behind stuff here. They also pay their employees garbage, so fuck them. Yeah, they do pay their employees garbage. For legal reasons, that was a joke. I'm just picturing this. I'm like me ending up on televised court and Emily D. Baker is covering it. That would be my claim to fame. Anyway, where was I? Thinking about the answers she didn't have, Nancy left the gym and walked outside to her car. Daryl Gray was leaning against the driver's door, and Nancy's stomach did a little flip at the sight of him. My stomach's flipping, but for a different reason. I can tell by the look on your face that your quote-unquote interviews didn't go too well, he said, when she reached in his side. Wait, when she reached his side, when she reached into his side and pulled out his spleen. That's not what she did. The FBI watching this live. My FBI agent must be so, weird. You know the joke that, like, everybody has an FBI agent that's, like, surveilling them at all times? Very so cognizant of legal matters. I mean, I watch way too much Emily D. Baker to be saying incriminating shit for nothing. But also, fuck capitalism and the Walton family. You're right, Nancy admitted. I'm not much further along than I was last night, but I'll figure it out eventually. She looked at him with a mock frown. What are you doing here? Anyway, I didn't think you ever come within 50 feet of a car of mine. When you want to be with somebody enough, you have to take chances. Daryl put a hand on Nancy's shoulder. A chance of blowing up? You've known her since Monday. And brought his lips close to her ear. Again? Besides, he whispered, I have an ulterior motive. He pulled open the door for her. What I really want, aside from spending time with you, is to see that tape. You mean The Secrets of Bedford High? Yeah, it sounds wild. Daryl shut the door after her, and leaned down, his head in the window. No, really, I thought maybe I could help. I know all these people better than you do. Maybe I can find some clues. Very sus, my guy. I'm moving you to lurk mode because I have a printer that needs to be moved to the desk and commissioned. Things, stuff, potentially explosions. I hope not. Don't explode. Good luck. I'm like 0.01% convinced the FBI agents are real because I researched some questionable things as an author and I have never received jury duty summons once. Well, I think we've talked about this. Be right back. I feel like I'm like super overheated. Like this sweater was a bad idea. I'm gonna go change it into a t-shirt. No, Daryl was the killer in the stairwell. The sus. Yeah, he's acting real sus. For Judy, I kind of want to be. It's probably boring, but it seems cool on TV. Right, Milo? I'm really into, like, court stuff and forensic stuff. I feel like it might be fun, depending on what case you get. I'll be right back. Share stream for a second. Hi, I'm back. Oh my god. I've done a wardrobe change. Hi, guys. Sorry. I don't know. I missed a lot of things in chat. Okay. I started feeling really lightheaded and really overheated, and I was like, oh dear. That's not normally something that happens. That's not good. Yes, Perry's here too. Started reading of this. No, not yet. I was up all night after I got off stream editing, and then was editing. Editing was all I did today. Hi, Perry. Ooh, yeah, that was weird. I never had that happen before. I'm good though, by the way. Nobody whoa, careful. I'd rather be cold than overheated personally. Yeah, usually I'm super cold, but like I just started out of nowhere just feeling really overheated and it was strange. Scary. Harry cannot have really hot a lot of the time because of medications. Oof, yeah, medications can be quite a lot. Oh, Perry. So what did I miss in chat? Sorry, we're taking a Perry break while I... The Perrysaurus Rex. Oh my gosh, Perry. This cat acts like she sees no affection. Perry. She does love. She's a love. Bless this cat. She's like the least grumpy cat, honestly, I have ever seen. Kiss her little head. Hi. Hello. Yes, we're reading a book. No, it's all right. You don't have to do anything. Thank you. She is chill. This cat. I don't think she's a cat. Ooh. Very careful. Thank you. Mary wants to read too, but she's illiterate, sadly. No one taught you how to read, huh? She chews the book. She's just like me for real. You're just so much, aren't you? She also thinks that touching your face is like a sweet gesture and forgets that she has knife mittens, so. What are we doing? Oh, you can't have my glasses. This cat is so dramatic. And chonky, bless her. When we found her, she was either a year or 2 years, they couldn't determine. And she was under somebody's porch, and she was pregnant, and she was so skinny. I just remember feeling so bad. I would die for Perry. Hi. You a good friend. You're a very good friend. Yeah, we were fostering her, and she had her kittens, and then we got all the kittens adopted out, and we were gonna take her back to the shelter, and nobody could, so we just kept her. She was a foster fail. My cat licks her face. My cat that we had all while I was growing up, Sammy, who passed away last year, he, I swear, thought he was a dog. He was just like, he was so funny. Harry, what are you doing? Sorry, I'm using the parry break in case anybody can't tell to just take a minute to uh, take a breath. My cat used to groom the back of my neck a lot. All get onto the back part of the couch. All gently bop book with paw. It's so strange, right? Because she doesn't understand she has no concept of what chat is or what like live streaming is. I think she understands to some extent, though. I don't know to what extent she understands, but I know that she understands that she has adoring fans. You okay? You seem very flustered and sad. No, I'm not sad. I just all of a sudden I was reading and then I started feeling like very, very overheated and lightheaded. And I was like, huh, is it maybe a panic attack? And then I was like, let me go get out of this giant sweater that I'm wearing. And so I'm feeling like a little bit better, but it's just like this very weird onset thing. And I'm just like, damn it, I want to read my book, guys. Cats have large talons. This one does, for sure. Miss Boop Snoot. What now? I'm just taking a parry break right now. We'll get back to the book in a minute. Very cute. Thank you. Sorry, but suddenly I have to go. Good night. Good night. Hope everything is all right. And I actually have to go because I hear my dog barking. I will be right back again. Sorry for 2 chair stream bits in a row. Hi again. I think it's a full moon tonight. Oh my god. What did I miss this time? So I think either the neighbors are shooting off fireworks or I don't know, because my dogs are just like going insane. Um, what was happening? And then I was like, really? There's just so much going on. Hi, Rachel. Sorry, I've never done two prolonged chair stream segments in a row. I apologize, guys. It's a weird night. I don't know what's happening. What did I miss in chat? You're clamoring for you. Thank you, guys. I just look and I see what even is a boogaloo. I just know that it comes from because it was Blues Brothers 2 Electric Boogaloo. That's where the meme comes from, I'm pretty sure. But who the hell knows what a boogaloo is? You're right. All right. I just want to get back to reading my book. That's all I want. Okay, so Daryl's being sus. If the neighbors keep shooting off fireworks, I swear to God. It sounds good to me, Nancy said. Let's go. You lead, I'll follow, Daryl said, and he walked off towards his Porsche. Half an hour later, the two of them were in Nancy's house, sitting close together on the beige couch in the den. Ooh, sipping Cokes and looking at Jake Webb's production. It's like supposed to be romantic, but they're watching a blackmail video. Oh my goodness. No, chat, come back. There we go. Sorry. I'm like toggling between seeing all the stuff that I missed in chat. You know, if you're talking to someone when she wants to be part of the conversation. Yep. Must boop snoot. That's his dog nails. Oh. Meantime. My people need me. Sorry. It's just there's just a lot. Hi, I'm back, Milo. My dogs are being freaked out by fireworks, I think. Hello, Lana. Secrets Can Kill is one of the Nancy Drew File books I never read because even as a kid, it seemed too weird for me. I mean, the only weird thing really about it is just that she's really into Daryl Gray. Like, really into Daryl Gray. And it's kind of confusing for all of us. Yeah, so sorry, chat. I didn't mean to leave you guys alone twice. Back to back. There's just a lot going on. Oh, for Nancy Carly, enemies to lovers arc. I can definitely see it. I definitely see it more than Nancy and Daryl, even though I am Francie for life. I know it's only a 1 year gap, but the fact that she's out of high school flirting with a senior is a little weird. I mean, yeah, I guess so. She's 18. Like they said she's 18, and so is he. They're both 18. It's just that she's graduated and he hasn't graduated yet. Yeah, like Ellery, they're both 18. Oh, I thought he was 17. No, they're both 18. They're both 18. She's just out of high school. And he's just finishing high school. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nancy just graduated a year early. Or I think in one of the arcs, I can't remember, they say that she graduated a couple years early because she was like 16. And like in the 1930s, she was 16 and just out of school because that was a thing for women in 1930. But in one of the arcs, I'm pretty sure they try to make up for that by saying she just graduated early because she's so smart. Time to remove I don't know what any of that means, but I am very proud of you. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music plays. I bet Nancy would have gone to a women's college, though. Like, that feels in character. I mean, in some of the movies / books, she is in college. I think that's why they like making her 18, right? And graduating early. Because if she's 18, and let's say she graduated early, she'll probably go to college next year. So feasibly, all the books they want can just take place in that gap year. Bernard or something. I can see her being Cornell, like, you know, Andy, where he's like, I went to Cornell. Like, I can see Nancy being the Ivy League type of chick. Okay, so they're watching the tape. Daryl watched carefully but didn't say much, as Nancy was acutely aware, not accurately aware, acutely aware of his closeness in the darkened room. They're watching a blackmail tape. Go to horny jail. As Connie Watson faded into the crowds of shoppers, Daryl brought his arm up around Nancy's shoulder, his hand resting lightly on the back of her neck. Aw, I was just started to feel better, Book. Now I feel like I want to pass out again. By the time Connie was walking up the school steps, neither Daryl nor Nancy was watching. Their eyes were on each other. I hate teenagers because they will literally be like this at any moment. What is it with Daryl and the paternal shoulder touch? I don't like the shoulder touch. Hey guys, have you on laptop? I use a TV in the bedroom and typing on my phone. Don't know how long I'll be alive. I hope you feel okay. I just left everybody on share stream because I thought I was gonna faint all of a sudden. I don't know what happened. I'm feeling fine now, but I was like, making a nest in bed with cats. Oh, you just missed Perry. Perry was here in between the chair streams. Just here to be vibes and then leave. Ugh. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. So their eyes were on each other. They're about to make out to a blackmail tape, aren't they? I hate to tell you this, Daryl said softly, but I didn't see anything that might help you out. That's okay, Nancy whispered. I'm glad you came over anyway. Sorry. As if they'd both thought of it at the same time, they moved their heads closer together until their lips were touching. Oh boy, Steam Stream is what we're getting. When I was in high school, I put a movie on my laptop in the library, and a few of my friends were watching it with me. During a sad part, I turned to them to say, this bit makes me cry, and literally is everybody crying? It's dark, especially if Daryl is the one responsible for all of this. Right? No, I wasn't even thinking of that. I was just thinking about how weird this is to make out to a it's like they're Netflix and chilling, but Netflix isn't going to exist for like 20 more years, and also this is a blackmail tape. Oh, girl was suck. Oh. Okay, I forgot what we were talking about, and I thought it was going to be as innocent as like, I was like, oh, this part makes me cry, and everybody else was crying. Oh, Jesus Christ. It was so weird. That is weird. That's weird. So hopefully I didn't plague rat. That's good. Hope you had fun. Still not as horny as Plant Zaddy, but the romance does read like baby's first smut fic. It really does. Let's keep reading. Watch this video. Watch this stream get limited ads. That's gonna be the funniest part. They're like, oh, we detected unsuitable content for ads. Not gonna lie, I'm invested. As you, a romantic date watching blackmail, you know, as you do. I hated high school LMAO. I felt that all of my classmates were horny simpletons. Yeah, I mean, I think understanding that I as a person am, like, demisexual and therefore don't understand some of those go to horny jail things has helped me a lot feel not like a weird person, because it always felt like everybody else was in horny jail, right? We have detected the horny. We have detected the horny. All right, where was I? Oh god. Oh god. As if they both thought of it at the same time, they moved their heads closer together until their lips were touching. Nancy slid her hands up Daryl's arms, felt his thick blonde hair under her fingers, felt his lips press against hers. She could hear her heart pounding in her ears, and then suddenly she heard another sound. The doorbell. Oh, thank God. Thank God. The kid bullied really bad for being gay, so it made me actually furious to see straight couples all over each other when I couldn't even hold my girlfriend's hand in peace. That sucks, yeah. I'm sorry you went through that. Avery, what is wrong with your audience? Oh, it's not going to be because of the audience. It's going to be because they're going to be like, Nancy Drew making out? How dare it? You just, like, click on this stream, you're like, oh, Nancy Drew files, and it's like, Nancy was making out with Daryl Gray on the couch in front of blackmail tapes. What is it with the sexual undertones in all of these children's literature? I mean, okay, so this... If that doorbell didn't go off... This is the author's fault, not ours. Oh no, it's not our fault, for sure. I think I was kind of oblivious to the horny. Yeah, so this is young. So this is like in the 80s. They were like, we need Nancy to be more popular with like teenagers, right? So this is more young adults. So this isn't so much like, oh, look what they're putting in children's books. Like, they are putting this in to make it appealing to an older audience. His thick blonde hair feels like an editor's note on something, shall we say, zestier. Yes. It almost feels like this book was written without the Nancy Drew name on it, and they decided they wanted it to be the first of a Nancy Drew book, and so they just kind of slapped the Nancy Drew name on it. Horny teenagers is a thing in real life. Oh, yeah. You guys kind of assumed not being attracted to your partner was normal. Oh, it's honestly very possible. It is honestly possible, which would explain why she's completely forgotten Ned. It's true. It does kind of explain. I almost want to do some research, because this is the first book in the series. So it's if it was, that would make sense, because then once this book got popular, they were like, oh, this is what we're going to write. I don't know that that's true. It's just, that's my theory. That's how this feels, having read a lot of Nancy Drew content over the years. Reluctant but almost relieved, Nancy disentangled herself from Daryl's arms and stood up. Bad timing, huh? The worst, Daryl groaned ruefully. The doorbell chimed again, and Nancy went down the hall to answer it. Nan, hi. I've never once seen or heard of her kissing Ned in any piece of Nancy Drew media. Ever. A game theory. I heard it. And cut. Feels like someone wrote Nancy fanfic to get hired by the team for Nancy Drew, and it accidentally got published as this new publication. It really does. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that's the vibe I'm getting. I used to pick boys to have crushes on. I know, I thought that was what girls should do. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of similar. I didn't, like, not, you know, I did eventually, like, start, you know, finding boys that I liked, but because it's a rarer thing for me, I guess, I just was like, when I was, I don't know, middle school, early high school, everybody was like in love with somebody like that we like went to youth group or went to whatever with, and I just was like, oh, okay, cool. And then it took a few more years for me to actually meet somebody and be like, oh, this is what having a crush is like. That's fun. equivalents of Samantha. Push straight romance for all our lives, and they say we're pushing diversity, right? I did have a genuine crush on a boy when I was young, but ever since then, only women. Interesting. Worst timing. I'm very grateful for this timing, by the way. Sorry, we're making such slow progress because it's just a weird night tonight, but oh my goodness. I'm so glad I'm not reading this at 2 o'clock in the morning. I think my brain would have been too melted. Just wouldn't have been able to do it. The doorbell chimed again, and Nancy went down the hall to answer it. Nan, hi! Bessa's smile changed to a gape as she stared at Nancy. Are you taking a nap or something? No, why? You look a little wrinkled, George pointed out. No, I was just... Nancy stopped when she realized her friends were staring at something behind her. Turning, she saw Daryl walking down the hall toward them, smoothing his hair with one hand and straightening his shirt with the other. Very, very covert. Good job, guys. Yeah, you were barely holding it together last night. Yeah, last night is all just kind of a blur. Love that we're all just a bunch of queers enjoying Nancy Drew together. It's a vibe. LMAO, they just caught her cheating. No, they didn't, because they specifically said that Ned and Nancy agreed to see other people at this point. That is canon. They are on a break at this point. So, Ned who, I guess. After a quick introduction, Daryl turned. I feel like that line also could have been put in because they were like, Nancy Drew can't be cheating on Ned. Like, that's too far. Ned is literally irrelevant. Oh no. After a quick introduction, Daryl turned to Nancy. I think I'd better get going, he said with a warm smile. See you tomorrow, okay? Bess could hardly wait until he was out the door. Wow, she said breathlessly. No wonder you look so glassy-eyed, Nancy. He's gorgeous. For once, I can't argue, George said. If I hadn't just met somebody else, Bess went on, and by the way, his name's Alan Wales. Chat! I just made a connection. Hang on, I'm gonna get to the end of this chapter, because I have to get to the end of this chapter, and I'm gonna go back to this. Nancy, wait till you see him. I definitely fall in love with Daryl Gray. What were you two up to, anyway? Nancy was saved from explaining by another bell. The telephone. Nancy, Hannah called from the kitchen. It's for you. It's Ned. Oh, God. Of course it is. Thanks, Hannah, Nancy called back. I'll take it in my bedroom. With a flustered smile, she turned to Bess and George. I'll meet you in the den in a couple of minutes. Oh, turn off the tape machine, would you? I forgot. I can't imagine why, Bess teased. Alone in her room, before she picked up the extension, Nancy tried to compose herself before she picked up the extension. Would Ned hear anything in her voice that would reveal what she'd just done? She hoped not. After all, Daryl was exciting, but Ned Nickerson was the one she loved. Wasn't he? He's not. Ned? Tape machine. You mean VCR? Right. Exactly. 1986 was wild. Ned? Hey, Nancy, how are you doing? I miss you. She could hear the smile in his voice. I miss you too, she told him. How's life at the university? Busy. I've got good news, but first tell me how the case is going. Well, I'll put it this way. It's still going. Nancy didn't really want to get into it. She might have to mention Daryl, and she wasn't ready for that. What's your good news? I'm coming down this weekend. To River Heights? Where else? That's where you are, isn't it? Ned laughed. What's the matter? Don't you want to see me? Nancy is always this disinterested in Ned. In no version of the books is she into Ned. This is juicy. Oh boy, sip. Tape machine, I think tape recorder, like sound only. That's what I thought too. People, I think not getting. Yeah. It's like I missed some good times when I went to bed. Oh, last night was interesting. towards actually being in a relationship. More bored I seem to get. Valid. I honestly think that she just likes Ned because he's constantly there. Literally, even in the original books, they would like shade Ned by being like, Nancy had a bunch of boyfriends, right? There were a bunch of boys that she would go out, that she could call up when she needed somebody to take out for a date. And it wasn't like she was going steady with Ned, but he was just her favorite out of the bunch. And it was just like, oh, so she's so not interested in him. He's just there the most. David, hi! I read your comment and then I didn't realize it was you. Hi, how are you? Like, he's been in her life so long that it's convenient for them to be together. Yeah, I get that vibe from the relationship too. That's why I feel like the writers who write Nancy Drew to this day are holding on to Ned because he's just such a staple of the series. But I would just love it so much if someone would just commit to them breaking up, at least for like an arc. If I could get even just an arc or a short series or something. Late horror show, how's it going? I'm gonna go cry now. I meant sup. I thought you meant sip because we were talking about like, I thought you meant like, you know, like, ooh, the tea is scalding kind of thing. I didn't think anything of it. That's a backhanded compliment if I ever heard one. I know, exactly. I think she just likes the thought of being perceived as quote-unquote normal in some capacity because she lives in a time when a girl being a detective is like quirky and weird in the eyes. Yeah, she's like seen as very weird. I think Ned, her relationship with Ned is like the part of her that's still trying to have some kind of normal life. And I would love to see a book that would dive deeper into that psychology. What is the movie to your right? Oh, it's actually a poster for Nancy Drew Girl Detective from 1934 or 5? I can't remember, starring Bonita Granville as Nancy Drew. People often forget that she was the first one to ever play Nancy Drew because most people don't know that those movies exist. They started making Nancy Drew movies early. I think they made like 3. Thank you. I've had it ever since I moved into this room to record. I just felt like I found it and I felt like it fit the vibe. But I haven't seen the movie, so like if it turns out to be like the worst movie ever, I'm just gonna be like, ha, I've had that up here for 2 years, but look at the vibes. Nancy Drew had some radio shows back then. Yeah, I love that. All right, I keep losing focus because we're just talking about Nancy Drew tea. So it's okay. Yeah. Okay, so he's coming to River Heights, and she's like, oh shit. Where else? That's where you are, isn't it? Ned laughed. What's the matter? Don't you want to see me? Are you kidding? Of course I do. Nancy could say that truthfully, but still she wondered what the weekend would be like. After all, she had a date with Daryl for the dance. What would Ned think about that? When will you get here, she asked. Tomorrow, early afternoon sometime. I'll call you as soon as I get there, Nancy. Or, Nancy? Ned lowered his voice. I can't wait to see you. Let's do something special. You're on, Nancy said with a grin. Although she couldn't imagine what they'd do. Not if she was busy with Daryl. After she hung up, she tried to figure out whether to tell Ned everything about the case, including her 2 quote-unquote close encounters with Daryl, or keep those incidents a secret and just pass Daryl off as one of her contacts in the case. She was staring at the phone and chewing on a fingernail when George stuck her head around the door. Nancy, could you come in the den? There's something you should see. Glad to be distracted, Nancy followed George down the hall and into the den. Bess was just about to turn the VCR off when something came on. George explained. I guess Jake had one more scene, and he put it all at the very end of the tape. Who is it? Nancy asked. What other poor slob did Jake have in the ringer? Oh, Nancy, it's not just another poor slob, Bess said. Look. George pushed the play button, and a face appeared on the television screen. Nancy didn't say a word. She couldn't. The face belonged to Daryl Gray. This book is good. Why is this book good? Why am I so... I mean, I know why I'm invested. I always get invested. Ned, have some self-respect. Negatively comparing a woman to other women in an attempt to make her feel unworthy and therefore easier to manipulate. Oh, shit. Yeah. I knew that was coming because that's also a thing. As soon as this was a thing, I realized that this was carried over from the book to the game, and so I was very excited for that. No, but by the way, chat, was anybody there when I know some people here in chat tonight were there when we streamed through the Nancy Drew game, Haunting of Castle Malloy. If you remember, there was also a character named Alan, I believe Wales, that we call on the phone that we all loved because of how snarky he was and like just very dry and sarcastic. And I remember chat saying that he would be a good pairing for Bess because Bess is so cheery. And that like we had this whole headcanon that like he would stay friends with Nancy and Henry at the wedding, and then like he'd meet Bess. And by the way, I just want to say, chat, literally, I think we accidentally did something that was canon because the guy was originally her boyfriend in the book. Scalding tea, haha. For a second, I thought she was going to say, "Are you kidding? Of course not." I don't think I was here for that one. Woo! Yeah, that one was a good one. I just think it's very funny how right we were. Oh my god, we always get so off topic reading these books. It's funny because like when people, that was months ago now, that was like last summer. It's kind of weird to think about. I feel old. This is Nancy Drew now. Feel old yet? You know, when you read books online, like I'm always conscious of like you don't want to accidentally make a bootleg audiobook because then like copyright issues can drive you crazy. But we always get so distracted. I don't think anybody in their right mind could truly argue that this is a comparable to like reading the audiobook. This is not the same experience. This would be just so chaotic if you're literally just trying to hear the book. I'm so sorry if that's you. I apologize deeply. All right. I can't help but notice that now that all the tea's coming out, the chat is jumping up. Welcome to the public domain. Woo! Loopholes. Intellectual property loopholes. Gotta love it. This is fair use, YouTube. We're a fair use channel. Literally the most chaotic thing ever. It's the freaking best, yes. Unless they have the patience to edit through hours of bod nonsense. Yeah, I mean, I guess they could, but I also stumble over my words, so some of them would be very hard. They want a real book, they should go read books. We're here for the experience. Yes, we are. Yes. And it's the experience that's keeping us in that fair use space, so we have nothing to be ashamed of. The Avery vibes. Oh, thank you. I love chat vibes. I like Cameron's word association game. The best kind of vibes. Oh, thank you, David. I hope you're doing all right tonight. Chapter 12. In disbelieving silence. I need a recap of what y'all read. Okay, guys, right before we get into chapter 12, recap Toonie with me. Nancy, where do I even start, right? Because, like, so Nancy got out of the school when she thought she was trapped unscathed. And then she had the tape that she found. And it was a tape where Jake had been, like, getting receipts on everybody and, like, basically blackmailing them. So she saw that Walt, the football player, was, like, hiding an injury and lying about it. And then, like, Connie Watson was shoplifting. and then Hal was cheating on the SATs, right? So she confronted all of them about that. And then Daryl wanted to see the tape. She went back to Daryl's house. I just saw frogs are awesome. Frogs are awesome. Basically shit just got real, Toonie. Right. So she and Daryl start making out with the blackmail tape on in the background. It's like a Netflix and chill, but with this literal blackmail tape. And then Bess and George show up and catch them. And then Daryl leaves. And then Ned calls Nancy. So she goes up, takes this phone call, and he's like, hey, I'm coming back to town. And she's like, shit. Great. And then she goes downstairs, and Bess and George have found a final clip at the very end of the tape that she hadn't seen yet. And it's Daryl Gray doing some illegal shit. And that's where we are. Corgi butts are awesome too. Wait, what did I miss? Hang on. Welcome, Toonie. Welcome back. Have you ever seen Desert Rain Frog? Yes, they're adorable. Playing Stardew and definitely vibing. Nice. Their little butts are so funny. Yeah. They are adorable. My mom hates frogs, but I think all frogs are just really cute. And lizards. Lizards are adorable, and you can't tell me otherwise. Like teeny tiny little dinosaurs. They're 12. My mom hates rats, and I love them. I love rats too. I think it's Ratatouille had a big part of that, but I've always loved rats. In disbelieving silence, ooh, what happened to this? Good thing I can still see it. In disbelieving silence, Nancy watched her quote-unquote contact in front of an unseen video camera. She had to keep reminding herself that it wasn't a performance. It was for real. Scene 1. Daryl got into his Porsche and drove off. The camera The camera lingering, I think is what this says. The camera lingering on a sign for Route 110 East. Scene 2. The Porsche pulled into the parking lot of a tacky-looking diner called the Red Caboose. Daryl got out of the car, walked across the street, and stood waiting on the sidewalk. Jake had obviously stayed behind. Hidden somewhat in the Red Caboose lot. Scene 3. A heavy-set man with thick hair and a bushy mustache joined Daryl on the sidewalk. Jake zoomed in for a closer shot. The camera zeroed in on an identification tag clipped to the man's pocket. Nancy tried desperately to read the name. She thought she could make out the M and a D, but she wasn't sure. Jake hadn't been able to get a tight enough shot. Daryl and the man exchanged a few words, and then the man handed Daryl a small envelope, which Daryl stuffed in his jeans pocket. The man walked away, revealing on the chain link fence behind him a sign about 1 foot square. The letters were unreadable. Scene 4. Another shot of Daryl in his car, this time passing the high school on Bedford Road. Scene 5. The Porsche turned into a drive. No house was visible from the road, just an intricately scrolled wrought iron fence on each side of the drive. That was it. 5 short scenes that blew Nancy's world apart. Less than an hour earlier, she'd been in Daryl's arms, a victim of his warm eyes and smooth personality. Then, suddenly, she'd discovered that he, too, was a victim of Jake Webb's scheming mind. Oh. Good Girl by Carrie Underwood starts playing. The envelope! The envelope is the murderer! I never trusted that envelope. It's geckos have weird feet. Aw, I like the gecko feet. Weird, cute, but cute, yeah. I bet nothing could go wrong, I'm sure. Wait, I don't understand what this tape is showing. We haven't been revealed yet. We just know that Jake was blackmailing people, and Daryl is taking a unmarked bag from some dude in a parking lot in the middle of the night and taking it somewhere. So it's not looking good. You read A Good Girl's Guide to Murder? No, but I want to. I see it on other people's, like, I just read this on Goodreads, and it's always like, yeah, I believe, at least in the original version of the game, I believe it was a drug deal. We'll see what it actually is here, because they change it in the remastered version. I think just because they didn't want to put drugs in an E for Everyone game, because it was no longer the crazy 90s. Some sketchy shit. I don't know why, I don't know how the doodah was in doodah. I just got it, but the first time I read it, it was the first time I skimmed over the doodah. I just started hearing the Twilight Zone theme in my head, and I was like doo 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 doo, which is not what you said. Anyway, sorry. Okay, let me keep reading the book. A few things began to make sense. The way Daryl had tried to talk her out of dealing with Jake, his eagerness to know how the case was going, and to see the tape. With a shudder, Nancy wondered what would have happened if he'd stayed long enough to see himself on the screen. Would he have killed Nancy for the tape, the way he might, just might, have killed Jake? Pushing that awful thought from her mind, Nancy jumped up and turned the tape off. Then she started pacing around the room. Nancy, Bess asked, are you okay? Just totally confused, Nancy managed to laugh. I mean, obviously Jake has something on Daryl, but what? The tape really doesn't show him doing anything wrong. Doesn't show much of anything, Bess agreed. He just went someplace, met a man, and then went someplace else. I know, she said. Maybe he had a gambling thing going, running numbers. That made sense, Nancy thought. After all, with his father practically bankrupt, Daryl would want to keep up his slick lifestyle somehow. Gambling wasn't so terrible, she told herself hopefully. Well, we're not getting anywhere. This is giving the same vibes as that Monk episode where Sharona's dating the mob boss's kid, because she's like, I already know he's a mob boss, so now I can't be surprised. Well, we're not getting anywhere sitting around talking about it, George pointed out. You're right. Let's get going. I want to try to follow Daryl's route on the tape. Nancy grabbed the keys to her car. We know what the others did. Now let's find out what Daryl's secret is. Nancy's new car sped along Route 110. Just keep your eyes open for that diner, she reminded her friends. I won't miss it, Bess said. I'm famished. We're not going there to eat, George told her. Why not? I would also be hungry. I get nervous hungry. I know, but it wouldn't hurt to get a takeout order. I was so busy with Alan that I didn't even get lunch. Oh, Nancy, Bess went on. I can't wait for you to meet Alan. He's not only good looking, he's talented. Alan and Bess are canon, you guys. I can't believe this. Never seen Monk. Monk is my a favorite comfort show of mine. I love it so much. It's just like an old-fashioned type mystery show, if you're into that kind of thing. I covered one episode like a year and a half ago, and one of my New Year's resolutions is to do way more videos about different episodes because I love it so much. I have it on like almost every day while I'm editing. Avery, your brain is a treasure that I truly appreciate. I'm sorry. This is the time of night where the ADHD meds wear off, and my brain just starts kind of ping-ponging around in my skull. Bella's lullaby. ASDF. I forgot about the ASDF movie. Nervous I can't eat it all. That's fair. I can tell. You can always tell. You can tell when the meds are wearing off. Late today, so you would think that they would be wearing off not quite yet, but oh well. OCD detective, yep. I loved Monk. Monk would, as somebody who has OCD and anxiety disorder and, all of those fun things, Monk was something that really just normalized it for me as a kid growing up. And I always loved how they showed Monk struggling, but they also showed him at his best because of the way his brain worked. Like, they showed the good and the bad. And it was always just so funny, you know? Bad anxiety, I literally have, like, smoothies all day because I can't force myself to chew. Yeah, I get that when I get, like, really, like, depressed. I don't want to eat. Like, when I'm very, very, like, in one of those, like, depressive moods, I'm just like, I don't want to eat. I don't want anything. I just want to sit here and be left alone. He's talented. At what? He plays the guitar and he's really serious about it. I'm sure he'll be a superstar someday, Beth said, loyally. Oh, I just remembered. His group's playing for the Bedford High dance tomorrow night. Of course they are. Hey, cried George, look on your right. It's the red caboose. Just as Daryl had done, Nancy pulled into the parking lot, and the three girls got out, facing away from the diner across Route 110. They could see the chain link fence, and now that they had a full view, they could see several of the small square signs attached to the fence at regular intervals. Beyond the fence was a vast complex of buildings as Nancy and her friends crossed the street to the sidewalk where Daryl had met the man. Nancy wondered if the buildings were a factory of some kind. Bess reached the fence first. Private. Authorized personnel only. She read from one of the signs. Then she was quiet as Nancy and George joined her and read what was printed below in smaller letters. U.S. government. Ah, so it seems like we're going with version 2 of the game. I didn't know there were any government offices out here, George said. What is it? I wonder, a research place or something? Let's find out, Nancy said. I'm sure anybody who works at the Red Caboose knows what it is. She spoke calmly, but inside she was becoming very nervous. What could Daryl possibly have to do with the U.S. government? It's an Air Force defense plant, honey, the man behind the counter said, in answer to Nancy's question. They're up to their ears in secrets over there. Designs for bombs, blueprints for nifty little radar devices that'll track down a missile before it's even left the ground, stuff like that. He gave the counter a swipe with his dishcloth and shook his head. Tell you the truth, I get scared sometimes if the United States is ever attacked. You can bet some countries got a bomb picked out for that place. And you know what that means for the red caboose. It's gonna go red kabloom? Like, I'm no Daryl apologist, but, like, why is she assuming he's more guilty on the same quantity and quality of evidence literally pointing at all other suspects? Yeah, true. I guess just because he was supposed to be the contact and he was lying to her the whole time. Your due diligence. To be fair, Daryl has about as much stake here as literally everyone else and the same amount of alibi, so, like, why is she assuming? She's just hurt that he didn't tell her. For lunch for work because it's just too hard to eat around people. Oh. Activities seem more suspicious than taping muscle and stealing bracelet. It just seems she's having too much of a reaction compared to how she reacted to the other suspects. They really just want us to think that she's, like, truly heartbroken, which I guess she is, but, like, I don't know. She was, like, thinking of him as her boyfriend, and now she thinks he might be a murderer. It's been a long day, I guess. But yeah, I totally get what you're saying. They're all 4 of them are equally plausible as suspects. Honestly, some people hate our country, so that's true. Yeah, I mean, our country kind of definitely spurs on the hate. So yeah, there's quite a few people who are just like, "Ma," and probably would bomb that place. I feel like Americans are really bad. Like, the kid that's really bad at making friends with all the other countries. You know what I mean? Nancy and George were reeling from the idea that Daryl might be involved in spying somehow. Bess tried to perk them up as they walked out to the car. Look, she said hopefully, it might not be as bad as it seems. We don't know what the man on the tape gave Daryl. Maybe Daryl started a private messenger service. A very legal, above-board messenger service. But it's Nancy. She seems too smart to be so emotionally compromised. She's always felt like she'd be better at compartmentalizing than this to me. Yeah, this is definitely an interesting take on for her as a character. I don't necessarily dislike it. It's just definitely different from her normal characterizations. And I don't know if that's part of like this rebranding in the 80s to like make her seem more like the average American teen. They wanted her to be more like relatable, having guy problems, or like what that's about. From Oklahoma, need to hear the BC Clark jingle. I have no idea what that is, but it's probably great. Basically the high school outcast. Yeah, we're the high school. Yeah. America is the kind of kid that I would have bend down and say, now America, be nice, and you share with everyone. Now say you're sorry for hitting. Please, please, and be nice. Yeah. Like there's that girl that's like a kindergarten teacher or like a preschool teacher on TikTok, and she does these skits where it's like she's talking to like various politicians, like they're kindergartners, with like her her teacher, like de-escalation tactics. Very funny. World Cup. We're chanting. It's called soccer. I find it funny because it's such an American thing to do. Oh yeah. Definitely. I don't hate it, but it's just very strange. Yeah, it's just definitely a different take on Nancy, that's for sure. And then America bites you and you say, no, go to the timeout square. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Look, she said hopefully, it might not be as bad as it seems. We don't know what the man on the tape gave Daryl. Maybe Daryl started a private messenger service. Maybe, Nancy said, but her thoughts were whirling around madly. Jake wouldn't have bothered with Daryl if Daryl were innocent. But what exactly was he guilty of? And how big was this case going to get? It had started out as petty vandalism, and then it moved up to blackmail, and then to murder. Now what? Could it really be espionage? Let's take a ride to Bedford, she said. I want to find out exactly where Daryl delivered that envelope. That must be what he did, even though Jake didn't get it on tape. It was dark by the time they reached Bedford Road, and as they drove by the high school, the road became darker. This was the super rich section of Bedford, and Nancy's dad has some cash, so that's saying something if Nancy's like, man, these people are bougie. The Mansion Mile, as Nancy had heard someone in school call it. But from the road, with high shrubbery and thick groves of trees masking the grounds, it was hard to see any landmarks. Finally, though, George spotted the wrought iron fence they'd seen on the tape. As Nancy turned into what seemed like a private drive, there was no gate, no sign to tell them whose property they were on. What do we do now? Bess asked. Pretend we're lost? Good idea. Nancy drove through the opening in the fence. As soon as they were on the property, the drive curved sharply to reveal a gate anchored to two moss-covered pillars. In the glare of the headlights, the girls could easily read the sign posted on the gate. USSR, private property. Ooh, USSR, Bess said. What country are we in anyway? I think it's an estate, a kind of compound for diplomats, George told them. I remember reading that a lot of the countries buy foreign properties so their officials can have some place to go to relax. We're not all that far from the UN, you know. We're not all that far from the defense plant either, Nancy said. Before anyone had a chance to comment on that remark, the gate swung open, and searchlights flooded the area. The girls heard the sound of an engine and saw a pair of headlights round the curve in the drive in front of them. The headlights were getting closer fast, and they were headed straight for Nancy's car. Oh no, is she gonna lose a second car in the same 48 hours, however long it's been? Hey, this was during the Cold War. Oh yeah, 1986, right in the middle of the Cold War. Vincent just got out from watching Violent Night. Not as crazy as I hoped, to be honest. Aw, man. I keep getting messages from a bunch of people asking me to cover the Sexy Scrooge movie that Netflix just put out. The one for children where Luke Evans is Scrooge, like the voice. I'm like, God dang it, are you guys gonna make me cover the new Scrooge movie? Bro, kids are whack strong sometimes, yeah. But all I see is Blair. Oh yeah, no, it's Blair from The Facts of Life. It is funny. Definitely funny. I be sad that we never got to see Nancy portrayed by her in any movies, you know? Or TV. There's one kill in Violent Night I did really like and it was fun, but I hoped for more. Look, Scrooge is kind of fine and I hate to admit it. The only acceptable Christmas Carol movie is the Muppet one. The Muppet one is the best one. I've already covered that one, so now I'm just working my way down the list of other versions. Yes, Lisa Welchel, thank you. All right, the floodlights lit up the Mustang, throwing everything outside into pitch darkness, except for the two headlights. They were dancing over the bumpy drive, looming closer and closer. Who do you suppose that is? Bess squinted in the glare. It's coming awfully fast. George cleared her throat. Somehow, I don't think it's a welcoming committee. Let's get out of here, Nancy, cried Nancy. As the headlights approached the gate, Nancy stepped on the gas, steered the Mustang into a tire-screeching U-turn, and peeled out of the drive. Just as they neared Bedford Road, Bess let out a faint shriek and pointed to a clump of bushes at the end of the drive. We're officially in sub-50 pages territory, guys. Nancy gasped, jumping over the bushes and onto the drive directly in front of her car were two figures. In the beam of the headlights were the girls could see that they were men dressed in black jumpsuits of some kind. One was hefting a long-barreled pistol. The other was unslinging a rifle from his shoulder. Instinctively, Nancy moved her foot onto the brake pedal, but then she stopped. "What am I doing?" she said. "If they think I'm going to slow down and make small talk while the gun is pointed at me, they're crazy." Nancy moved her foot back to the gas pedal and stepped on it, mashing down on the horn and at the same time. Bess put her hands over her eyes, but George and Nancy saw the two men hold their pose, legs wide apart, guns at the ready, for about 2 seconds. Then, as the Mustang bore down on them, they jumped aside, wheels spinning and gravel flying. The car swerved sharply onto Bedford Road. "Are we going to live?" Bess asked. "Not if we don't hurry," Nancy answered. "Look." Behind them, turning out of the private drive and coming fast, was dark-colored, unmarked van. "It's not over yet," Nancy said. "Let's see how fast they're willing to go." Car chase. Except for Nancy's car and the van, Bedford Road was nearly deserted. Nancy raced the car past other estates, past the high school, past a solitary jogger in white. The van stayed close behind, not losing an inch. What time of day is this? This has to be like getting to like dinner time, right? At this point? Suddenly, Nancy saw a traffic light up ahead of her. It was green. Nancy eased up on the gas pedal. "What are you doing?" Bess cried. "They'll catch us." Maybe, maybe not. Nancy slowed as much as possible, keeping her eyes on the traffic light. Behind them, the van's headlights were bright enough to read by. The light changed to amber, and Nancy felt a jolt as the van rammed into the back of her. George's head snapped back to the van once again, made contact with the Mustang. Nancy?" she said. "If you're gonna do what I think you're gonna do it now. The light's been yellow for 5 seconds. Right, hang on." Nancy pushed the gas pedal and raced through the intersection just after the light turned red. The van's brakes screeched, and then its driver decided to risk running a light. I was about to say, if you're going to tell me that these people who are trying to kill 3 teenagers are going to stop for a red light, you're absolutely insane. true. I am going to do the Mickey's Christmas Carol, which is another favorite of mine. It's just cute, and it's not a super long time investment, and I always like putting it on. Ghost of Christmas Future and Muppet Christmas Carol is one of my favorite designs to come out of the Muppet Workshop. It's really cool. Did you know book model for Anne Shirley in the Anne of Green Gables book was a criminal, and the illustrator... So a picture of her... and saw a picture of her and thought she was pretty. I did not know that, but that's interesting. Wait. I guess I'm watching it. No, the Scrooge movie is out. Yeah. I haven't seen it yet, but people have been sending me messages about it for sure. There's a hybrid ballet performance of A Christmas Carol and the Nutcracker that's surprisingly good and should be available to watch on YouTube. I want to look for that for sure. I didn't even Netflix have a new Christmas Carol adaptation. I looked it up. I'm ashamed to admit my first thought is, damn, Scrooge is a hunk. That's why everybody's messaging me. Everybody's like, can you do the sexy Scrooge cartoon movie? And I was like, what is happening right now? What are you saying to me? You could do that. It's like a joke. Oh yeah, wait. I don't know. I'm not sure how we got on this topic, but if we're talking about the Jenny Slate special with the yes, very very funny. The football player joke where it's just like they're besties. But I need this, please. Oh no, I'm gonna just keep reading. That's the most cursed thing I think I've seen, and that's saying something. I love it. Oh my god. So I guess I'm doing that video at some point. It might be technically after Christmas, but I'll try to get it done before January. It tore through the intersection only a few feet behind the Mustang. Nancy shook her head in disbelief. Where are the police when you really need them? That is a good question, isn't it, Nancy? She joked. Actually, she was glad that the police car hadn't been lurking in the intersection. A high-speed chase through the streets of Bedford might get the driver of the van in trouble, but when he showed his diplomatic papers or whatever he carried around with him, he'd be off the hook. Then Nancy could do one of two things, blow her cover or get arrested. Neither choice was very appealing. Reluctantly, Nancy slowed the car to a respectable speed. Anybody got any suggestions, she asked. Bess spoke up immediately. Let's eat. Oh, Bess, George said with a moan. Get serious, will you? There's a lunatic on our tail. I am serious, Bess protested. There's a pizza place just ahead on the right, and it looks jammed. Do you really think those creeps would follow us in there? I'm ready to try anything, Nancy said, as she swerved sharply into the parking lot of Guido's Pizza. Okay. As she squeezed the car into the last available space, she glanced into the rearview mirror. The van slowed for a moment and then sped down the block and out of sight. It worked, she said with a shaky laugh. You were right, Bess. I guess it would have blown their image if they followed us to Guido's and shot us over a pepperoni pie. Or they would have it was just too cumbersome. Happening? I mean, what the fuck? Where is Nightbot to kick Tootie when we need it the most? I'm just picturing... For some reason, it just makes me... It just makes me think of Scrooge, like, dancing to, It's About Damn Time by Lizzo. Doing, like, the Daybot. Chad is so scared. Said that on the internet. Oh, I'm sure someone has. It's in permanent retirement, but after Scrooge SE, I'm willing to petition for its return. What it pays to be a book model? I don't know. I've never known of anyone who did book modeling. I know that like it's a lot less common than it was in the 80s and 90s where they were always using covers like this, but surely people still do it. And I feel like it would be a pretty sweet gig because like I've stood in for like promotional shoots for movies so that they could figure out what they're doing when they have to like rush the actors over there in the middle of an already jam-packed day to like make them take a bunch of pictures that are going to be on posters and stuff. And it was a very chill day for us. We just kind of went in on like a Saturday afternoon and just kind of were there for a couple hours and then like ate snacks and got paid like $500. So it was nice. And that's that. Animation is well fitted for Blinky Bill. Yes. They don't really paint covers anymore. They usually use actual photos or have a random object on the cover, a necklace or a flower or a knife. Yeah, not so much like posing for the paintings anymore, but surely like there are still books, though they're less popular now, where it's just a picture of a person on the cover. Somebody's got to be in that picture. 8 snacks got paid, LOL. The best kind of gig is when you eat snacks and get paid. Not a lot to my knowledge. They don't make royalties for the cover shoots. No, they probably just get paid like a flat rate. Where? Speaking of pepperoni, Beth said, I really am starving. Sorry, I'm just trying to make a hard swerve from Screw Jussie. So am I, Nancy agreed. Let's go pig out. Guido's was jammed. What a stereotypical name for a pizza place. As Bess had predicted. But the girls managed to find a table near the kitchen door. Near the kitchen door. As Nancy sank into a chair, she glanced around and saw several kids from Bedford High, including Carla Dalton. Terrific, she thought. Carla's a quick way to ruin an appetite. Carla was talking to somebody whose back was to Nancy. She was so involved in whatever she was saying that she didn't notice anyone else. It reminds me of the rivalry that Kim Possible had with what's her name, the mean girl at her school. I'm gonna start reading Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. Oh, that's a classic one. I remember reading that when I was probably about Bryn's age. You have all done worse. May I remind y'all to stay out of the basement. It is true. Toonie has a point. You know that all Fabio book covers were painted by the same lady. She just fucking loved painting Fabio. Fabio was a huge deal. God has indeed left us. God has left us with plants. Eddie Perry isn't here, and apparently she's the only god this chat has ever known, so. Camera. No, thank you. Daddy said, don't come for me. That's how I feel when we're like on a stream with Maddie, and Maddie will just say some completely out of pocket shit like smash or pass Geppetto, and everybody's just like taking it as fact, and then I don't know, I'll say something innocuous like I don't know, smash on Captain Hook, and everybody's like Avery. I ever thought of covering Casper's Haunted Christmas. I did think of it. I don't know that I would have time to do it this year, but I really would love to. Where does Casper's Haunted Christmas come in as far as like the chronology of the Casper properties? It's less weird when it's not an old man. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my brother was watching that night that we were doing the Atlantica stream, where we were in the Little Mermaid level of Kingdom Hearts, and my brother tells me the next morning, so I just clicked into your stream because I was just like, oh, I wonder where they are in the game, and I just clicked in at the perfect timing to just hear Maddie read from chat, smash or pass Geppetto. Casper is definitely a vibe. We expect it from Maddie. We don't expect it from you. I mean, that's fair. The movie version of Are You There? God, It's Me, Margaret coming soon. I did hear that. Sorry, I'll get back to the book. Everybody's like, please, for the love of God, just keep reading the book. And there's 16 people in chat. I don't know if that's because of the book or because people just like the off-tangent vibes, but you're getting both, so welcome, guys. We are reading Nancy Drew Secrets Can Kill by Caroline Keene from 1986. It's what the first Nancy Drew PC game in the Her Interactive series was based off of. Yeah, Judy Blume is a staple for sure. When their pizza arrived, Nancy discovered that not even Carla Dalton could kill her appetite. Hungrily, she and Bess and George wolfed down slices of the big pie, not saying much of anything. When only one slice was left, Nancy leaned back in her chair and sipped her Coke. Well, we finally know what Daryl's secret is, she said quietly, and it's a lot worse than shoplifting. Bess nodded. It's really unbelievable, though. I mean, a high school kid involved with spying? Who would ever guess? That was probably the point, George said, but Daryl's not the worst one. That man from the defense plant, and probably the one of the diplomats, they're the real bad guys. Daryl's not squeaky clean, though, Nancy remarked. I'm sure he knew exactly what he was doing. She wasn't really shocked anymore, just angry. And she was more angry at herself than Daryl. If only she had been so stupid. No, Nancy, no, it's not his fault. It's not your fault that he lied to you. Such an easy mark for Daryl's charms. If she'd kept her mind on her job and her hands to herself, she wouldn't be feeling like such a sucker. First things first, she told herself. Solve the case. Then you can kick yourself for being such a dummy. Chat, interesting experiment that I want to do. Finish the sentence. First things first. I want to see if anybody's brain works like mine. Freckle juice because I also wanted lots of freckles because I thought girls with freckles were cute. Oh, I'm so envious of people with tons of freckles. I must to bed. Good night. Good night, Adriel. Thank you for hanging with us. Technically, my husband is here too. Hi, Texas Casey's husband. Spying on for not clear which. The user being converted to drug running seems legit. The USSR. Yeah, so they converted it to drug running in the first version of the game, and then in the second version of the game, they converted it back to spying. That's interesting. Eat your brain. That's what I say. I do. It's either first things first, I'll eat your brains, or first things first, I'm the realist. But usually first things first, I'll eat your brains. Rachel knew what I was thinking. Covered any of the classic Universal horror movies, such as Creature from Black Lagoon. I want to. I've wanted to do those for quite a while, so I'll definitely get to them. First things first. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. I like that one. Hi, Tilly. How are you? First things first, she told herself, solve the case, then you can kick yourself for being such a dummy. Bess broke into her thoughts. What kind of stuff do you think Daryl was taking from the guy at the defense plant? Blueprints? Secret designs for bombs? Probably, Nancy said. And I'll bet it paid really well. Well enough, she figured, to keep gas in Daryl's Porsche and a grin on his face. Daryl did it for the money, I'm sure, not for any political reason. I guess it beat... That's what most politicians who are shady do it for, too. I guess it beat bagging groceries after school, George commented. Daryl must have thought he had it made. He did, until Jake found out, Nancy said. It must have freaked him out, but he was so cool. You would never have guessed. What an actor. Had Daryl been acting with her too, she wondered? Coming on to her just so she wouldn't suspect him. She had to admit that that was exactly what he'd done, and she'd fallen for it. Well, she'd stopped falling, and now her eyes were wide open. What I have to find out, she told the other two, is who killed Jake. Was it someone from the compound, or the man at the defense plant, or was it Daryl, or Hal, or Walt, or Connie? Do you really think Daryl could have done something like that, Bess asked. You have known him for 5 days. I'm good, Avery. How are you? I'm good. I had a moment before where I started feeling very faint, and then I was on chair stream for a second, but I'm better now. I don't know what happened, but I'm fine. I love when people see each other that they know in chat. It's always so cute. Creator of Creature, Patrick has been getting the rightful recognition after being pushed aside by a jealous dude and took full credit. Interesting. That's very interesting. I'll definitely have to look into that when I end up covering it. Where do we draw the line for simping for things or saying things? I mean, I'd like to keep this somewhat, where it is. I don't know. I'm Cameron says there is no line. I don't know. I'll tell you when we cross the line, I guess. No, I'm just kidding. Christ, I'm going back to reading the book. I don't want to scare people away if they're trying to just calmly fall asleep to this. Let's put it that way. There hasn't been a line since Stay Out of the Basement. Stay Out of the Basement really changed this chat. There's a line we've yet to cross it. Right? I'm just not sure, Nancy admitted, but I have to find out. The question is how. I can't just walk up and... She broke off suddenly. What is it? George asked. Look who's here. Nancy pointed to Carla Dalton's table. Carla and the person she'd been with had stood up and were threading their way through the crowded room. Carla's companion was Brenda Carlton. They were headed toward Nancy. What's the ace reporter doing here? George wondered. She'd better not be following me, Nancy said grimly. We made a deal. If she messes me up, I'll take her reporter's notebook and burn it. Who's she with? Bess asked. Oh, that's the famous Carla Dalton, Nancy laughed. The one who likes to let people fall off trampolines. She giggled and then whispered, I wonder what she'd say if she knew her ex-boyfriend was a spy. She'd probably chew him out for being stupid enough to get caught, Bess joked. As Brenda and Carla approached the girls' table, Brenda gave Nancy a sideways glance and a nasty wink. Nancy felt like throwing the last slice of pizza at her and watching the tomato sauce ooze down Brenda's black suede boots, but she held herself back. Carla was chattering away about Bedford High's big dance as she and Brenda walked by, but she took the time to jostle the girls' table hard enough to spill Nancy's Coke. Bess took a wad of napkins out of the container and handed them to Nancy. Carla doesn't give up, does she? She said, seething. I don't understand why you haven't gotten back at her. But Nancy had other things on her mind. Brenda, she's like, well, my car did get blown up, so I had kind of more things to worry about. Stay Out of the Basement changed me as a person. Me too. It changed us all forever. For better or worse, we're not sure. Night of the Living Dummy came along, that one, with that one scene, with the multiple scenes. But at that point, we were already kind of numb. We were just like, yeah, we've seen this before, R.L. Stine. Nancy had other things on her mind. Brenda, for one. Had she been following them? If she had, Nancy would have to be super careful. The case was at its trickiest point. She couldn't afford to let Brenda's nose for news get even a whiff of what was going on. Then there was Daryl Gray. How was she going to handle him? Of course, she said suddenly. Carla just gave me the answer. The answer to what? George asked. How to get Daryl to spill his guts, Nancy told her. Bess, you said Alan Wales is playing at the dance tomorrow night, right? So you'll be there, won't you? Of course, Bess said dreamily. I'm his biggest fan. Oh. Good. I might need your help, Nancy said, and turned to George. Yours too. But I don't have a date. I've got one for you. I don't like blind dates, George protested. Trust me, Nancy said with a grin. You'll love the guy I have in mind. So how are you going to handle Daryl? Bess wanted you to know. Very carefully, Nancy said. But no matter what, tomorrow night, I'm going to pop the question to him. Only it won't be the one he's expecting. What? Ah, yes, the broken browser. The story of my life. Starting up my browser again. Sorry, guys. Nancy, it's a little too soon to propose. She's gonna propose to kill him, I think. What do you give a whole serious question? Interesting. We are on page 113, fam. I'm gonna need to put some tape or something on this book. It's quite loved, but that's okay. Krampus. Shit, did I put Krampus on my list for this year's movie, like Christmas movies? Headline: Former Disney CEO Michael Eisner publicly celebrates Bob Chapek's ousting. Michael Eisner is over there being like, I'm not the worst one anymore. I'm not the one that everybody hates the most anymore. How dare I almost forget Krampus. Thank you for saying that, Toonie. I have so many things on my Christmas list this year, or holiday list. It's gonna be a lot. Is my internet not working? Is that the question? Am I still here? Okay, phone. All their belongings in coal. 3.5 for cheesiness. So far, and this might just be a little bit of nostalgia speaking, but I think this one, my vote is for at least a solid 4 for this one. Because the cheesiness adds to the ambiance. I cannot get my browser up and running. That's problematic. Nancy has standards. Ned sucks. Now, Hook, that's a different story. I rarely give 5.5. Yeah, I usually say 5.5 out of 5 for I feel like I need to save it for like really great things so that it'll be like hold more weight to it. But I don't really think it matters all too much when it comes to the read streams. Look, all I'm saying is out of the different people that Maddie was giving me to choose from, Hook is one of the least I don't need to listen to us. Hook was one of the least cursed choices that she gave, in my opinion. Did I ever tell Chad about my Christmas-themed nightmare that inspired me to write a novel I never actually got around to finishing? No, this sounds very interesting. There we go. Okay. Geppetto was very cursed. Chapter 14. Bess smoothed out the skirt of her cherry red dress and stood on tiptoe, trying to get a glimpse of herself in the mirror. It's no use, she said with a sigh. I'll have to wait until this place clears out. I'm not in any hurry anyway, Nancy said tensely. She and George and Bess were in the girls' bathroom just outside the Bedford High gym. It was the night of the high school's first big dance. For an hour and a half, Nancy had been putting on an act. First when Daryl had picked her up at home, then on the drive to Bedford, and for the past 45 minutes. While she'd been dancing with him, she'd laughed and joked and made conversation, pretending that everything was the same between them. She probably deserved an Oscar for her performance, she told herself wryly. But staying in character was growing difficult. She'd been glad when the band finally had taken a break and she could take refuge in the bathroom and just be herself. Well, it won't be much longer, she said with a nervous glance at her watch. I wish my hands weren't so clammy. Don't worry, George told her. Daryl, will just think you're excited to be with him. Speaking of that, Bess said, giggling. What do you think of Alan Wales, Nancy? Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Incredible, Nancy agreed. Actually, she hadn't paid much attention to Bess's new heartthrob, but she didn't want to hurt her feelings. When this case is over, we'll all have to do something together. Oh, sure, that'll be great, Bess said. Of course, Alan's really serious about making it in the music business, so he's always busy, but we'll try to find a spare hour somewhere. Nancy was glad Bess had a new boyfriend, but she just couldn't work up any enthusiasm for the subject, not at the moment, anyway. It wouldn't be long before she had to confront Daryl, and that prospect was making her heart pound so hard it almost drowned out the sound of Bess's voice. That means you're having a panic attack, I think. I'm not a professional, but usually when that happens, when I feel like, when you like feel like everything sounds like it's underwater, I think that happens to me when I get a really bad panic attack. And then you have the facts of life. Facts of life is interchangeable. The birds and the bees for the talk. Yes, it is very funny. Episode 8 for Joe's Boys and episode 5 for Wizard of Oz anime. Interesting. How are they? In my dreams, Santa was the Elvish word for warden, and the North Pole was like a prison work camp. For the interesting. So you guys remember? What was it? Last year I had the ongoing. Well, it's always just kind of been always. I've just always had the ongoing joke that the elves need a union because they can't be in fair work conditions up there. The Oz anime follows the books, and the difference is that Dorothy is always the main character. Interesting. Dude, publish that shit. Yes, publish that shit. Right now. A girl behind Nancy finally moved away from the mirror, and Nancy grabbed the space. Well, you don't look terrified, she told herself. Actually, she looked good. She was wearing a dress she'd worn the year before at a university dance with Ned, a soft blue wraparound that hugged her waist and came to a mildly revealing V in the front. That V had put a sparkle in Daryl's eyes, but Nancy knew that the sparkle would fade fast once she started talking to him about Jake Webb. A man at a defense plant and a diplomat compound. What worried her was what would happen next. If Daryl was the murderer, would he turn on her? It was hard to imagine him getting vicious, but she knew it was a chance she had to take. He's like, my boobs can only distract for so long. Eventually, he's gonna have to piece together that I'm accusing him of something. Jeez. Good protagonist who's basically the younger version of Joe being a tomboy. Oh. Really love the main character. That's cute. I will eventually. Yeah, I would definitely read it. Nancy leaned close to the mirror to touch up her lipstick, and just as she brought the tube to her mouth, a girl moved into the space next to her, bumping Nancy's arm with her elbow. Nancy stared at the pale red smear on the side of her mouth, and then at the girl who'd helped put it there, Carla Dalton. George passed Nancy a tissue. Bess raised her eyebrows and shook her head. Nancy wiped her mouth and started over again. Carla ignored everyone, brushed her hair, and then turned to leave. Suddenly, there was a loud shriek, followed by a distinct thud. Carla was sitting on the bathroom floor, skinny legs sticking out in front of her, narrow lips pressed into a thin line of disgust. Nancy was trying to figure out how Carla had gotten there, not that she cared, when Bess cried out, "Oh, I'm so sorry," her voice dripped with mock sympathy. "Me and my big feet. My mother always told me to be sure to keep my feet out of the way or people would trip on them. But I guess I just didn't..." Wait, I lost my place. "But I guess I just didn't see you coming." She shook her head and clicked her tongue. "Here, let me get you a hand up." "Don't bother," Carla said through clenched teeth. "You've done enough." She got clumsily to her feet and stalked out of the bathroom, but not before Nancy saw a large, soapy water stain smack on the rear of Carla's peach-colored dress. "Nice work. Thanks," Nancy whispered to Bess. "Well, I just couldn't let her keep dumping on you," Bess giggled. "You've got enough on your mind. I love Bess. Bess is underrated." Win, Bess. "Oh my god, camera, calm down, please. Please calm down." George fluffed out her short, dark curls and then checked her watch. "It's almost time," she said. "The band will be back in a couple of minutes." In this version of this 80s-ified Nancy Drew, I'm picturing George being played by, like, Ali Sheedy, you know? Like the short, dark curls and the, yeah. What about the Christmas-themed nightmare? Yeah, I love Christmas-themed horror. Nancy took a deep breath. "You guys know what you're supposed to do, right?" George nodded. "Don't worry. We'll be there," she grinned. "By the way, you were right about that date you got for me. He's terrific." "I kind of like him myself," Nancy agreed with a laugh. "Okay, then," she went on. "Oh, she told Ned that for cover reasons he had to go on a date with George." Okay. I put it together now. Okay, then, she went on. "I'll see you after the next break. Keep your fingers crossed." With another deep breath and a last look in the mirror, she walked out of the bathroom and into the Bedford High gym. The band was just reassembling as Nancy took a moment to try and relax before finding Daryl. The gym was decorated with hundreds of crepe paper streams, and colored spotlights sent shafts of red, blue, and orange to the floor. Nancy spotted Walt Hogan looking happier than she'd ever seen him. She didn't see Hal or Connie, and she realized that Connie probably never went to dances. Maybe when this case is over, Nancy thought, Connie will straighten her life out and stop trying so desperately to be somebody she's not. She just needs a friend. Alan Wales, the latest love of Bess's life, picked up his electric guitar and with a frown of concentration started on a wild, pounding rock number that put everyone into motion. Okay, Daryl, Nancy said under her breath. "Here I come, ready or not." Her heart still pounding, Nancy threaded her way through the crowded gym until she reached Daryl Gray's side. Without a word, Daryl grabbed her hand and pulled her close to him. "Hey," Nancy joked, "this is a fast dance. I don't think I can move like this." "Who wants to move?" Daryl whispered in her ear. "I know what you mean." Nancy traced his lips with her finger and pretended to be feeling as passionate as Daryl was. "Let's just stick around a little while longer, though, okay? If we leave now, everybody'll know why." "I don't care about everybody," Daryl said with a grin. "But all right, as long as we're here, we might as well dance." For almost half an hour, Nancy danced with Daryl. The band was good, keeping up a steady stream of popular rock numbers, as well as a few originals. They were all loud and fast, and it was almost impossible to carry on a conversation. Nancy was just as glad she'd have to do some fast talking soon enough. Finally, just before the next break, the band started in on a dreamy slow dance. I really want to write a novel about that nightmare, but it's just too vague. I haven't been able to decide on an actual plot to write in detail. I've been there before. Like a Prison Break Christmas story, maybe? I like that idea. That sounds cool. Daryl took Nancy in his arms and held her tight, barely moving to the music. With a sigh, he said, "This has to be the best night I've ever had. Now she's gonna ruin it." "This is it," Nancy told herself. She pulled her head back until she could look in Daryl's eyes. Touching his lips again, she whispered, "Could be a whole lot better, though, couldn't it? Especially if we spent some time alone together. I've danced enough now. How about you?" With a slow smile, Daryl laced his fingers through hers and led her through the gym, around the slow dancing couples, and out of the door. Nancy shivered as they crossed the parking lot, but it wasn't because of a cool night air. It was because the dangerous part of the evening was coming up, when Nancy would find out who Daryl Gray really was. Why wouldn't she confront him in front? I guess that wouldn't work, but like, you want the witnesses. Don't go to the secondary location if you think he might be a murderer. Was he a nice guy gone wrong, or was he a killer? Except for a few widely spaced lampposts, the Bedford High parking lot was dark. As Nancy had expected, Daryl's Porsche loomed like a black hulk in the shadows. Nancy forced herself to smile as Daryl unlocked the car and ushered her inside. As he walked around to the driver's door, she heard strains of music coming from the gym and wished for a second that she were still at the dance. Once Daryl got in the car, though, Nancy didn't have time to think of anything but his arms. They were around her immediately, and a few days before, she'd loved that feeling. She just didn't love it anymore. But even as Daryl held her, she felt a pang of regret that such a gorgeous guy was involved in something so rotten. These are definitely meanings for things. I am so interested in dreams. I think dreams are fascinating. Ned just watching Nancy and Daryl, like, yeah. Ned being as aware he's unwanted as we are is strangely a hilarious thought to me. Maybe this is what sent him on his villain origin story before he cheated on Joe. If you're new to chat, we here in chat have a long history of why we believe that happened, and it's a cracked theory, truly. But we wholeheartedly subscribe. Thinking of what Daryl had done, and might have done, made Nancy pull away. "Hey," she said breathlessly. "Not so fast. There's plenty of time." I know. Daryl was just as breathless. "I just love the way you feel." Ugh. Oh, I don't know why that just, I don't like that. I don't like it. But that's just a theory, an Avery theory. Sorry, I feel like I'm really, I can hear like my voice echoing off the walls. I need to take it down. Creepypasta, maybe too, Ellery. He leaned forward to kiss her. Nancy put her arms around his neck, and when the kiss was over, she decided it was time. Bringing her lips close to his ear, she whispered softly, "I thought you'd like to know. I found out why Jake Webb was killed." You repulling a mat pat? Oh boy. Barely drank any of my drink. Which is probably not helpful to the whole feeling lightheaded before part. For a second, this is chapter 15, by the way. I'm just continuing on. Cracked theories are so fun to me because even if they make no sense, they're just hilariously entertaining. Hydrate. Hydrate, don't dihydrate. For a second, Daryl didn't move, and Nancy wondered if he'd even heard her. "Daryl," she whispered again. Finally, slowly, Daryl pulled away from her and sat back. In the faint light, Nancy could see a look of surprise on his face. But fear was mixed with that surprise, and she knew that nothing was ever going to be the same between them again. She's only known him for like a week. Maybe, not even a full week. Well, Daryl said, good work, detective. How'd you do it? I was lucky, Nancy admitted. A piece of evidence was right in front of me, but I didn't see it for a while. It was on the tape. The tape? Jake's tape? Daryl asked sharply. The one and only. Wow, you never know, do you? Daryl gave a low whistle. So which one did it? What an actor, Nancy thought. It wasn't Hal, or Connie, she told him. It wasn't Walt Hogan either. That was a guess on Nancy's part. Daryl frowned. But I thought you said you knew who killed Jake. No, I didn't. I said I knew why he was killed. There's a big difference. Daryl shifted impatiently. He was killed because he was blackmailing people and one of them finally stood up to him. We already know that. Yeah, that's true, Nancy agreed. But it wasn't one of those three. They were all tucked in their beds when Jake took the fall. Nancy was still going on guesswork. For all she knew, Hal, Connie, and Walt could have formed a team and pushed Jake down the stairs on the count of 3, but she didn't believe it, not for a minute. So, she went on, don't you want me to tell you what I found? It's not exactly what I had in mind when we came out here, Daryl said, trying to joke. But if you really want to talk instead of doing other things, then go ahead. Why is Plant Zaddy less uncomfortable to think about than compared to Daryl's flirting? I don't know. Although, Daryl is terrible at flirting, and I hate this ship with a passion. However, I do like this era of Nancy Drew where they were letting her be, like an actual teenager. It was kind of nice, you know? It kind of did away with that, like, prim, proper, sicky, sweet type of persona that Nancy Drew often gets. Okay, here's what I saw on the tape, Nancy said. I call it the Daryl Gray Show. Calmly and quietly, she went on to describe exactly what she and Bess and George had seen after Daryl had left her house that afternoon. Surprise doesn't even come close to the way I felt when that tape ended, she said. Sick is more like it. Daryl didn't say anything, so Nancy kept talking, but I was confused, too. I mean, I still didn't know what Jake had on you, so I decided to find out. I don't have to tell you where I went, do I? Out Route 110 to a U.S. defense plant, then back to Bedford to a private estate where Russian diplomats hang out. Relax, study a lot of top secret plans. Hang out, relax, study a lot of top secret plans from the defense plant, stuff like that. Nancy shook her head and laughed softly. I can just imagine how Jake felt when he realized what was going on. He must have thought he was sitting on a gold mine. She leaned forward slightly, and in the semi-darkness, she saw the expression on Daryl's face. He looked resigned, like a trapped animal that knows it can't get free. But like that trapped animal, he also looked angry, ready to strike out at anyone who came close. For the first time since she left the dance with Daryl, Nancy felt she might be in danger. She's the kid on the bus in the Simpsons meme. I'm in danger. He was so close to her physically, and she found herself wishing the Porsche were a little more roomy. Some space would be nice just then. The length of a football field, for example. Dinotopia Bookstream is going to be awesome. Yes, I don't know when we're going to do that, but it will be very awesome. Fancy Nancy Lancy Prancy. My laptop cell phone experiment. Phone is delayed 5 to 12 seconds from live stream on the computer. My phone does that too because that's how I monitor the stream, and I've noticed that I fall behind over there. Avery said persona. Never see it come. Wait. I don't understand. I'm so confused. Do you think it's sad when the pages start yelling? No, I like when books show signs of wear and tear. Like, as I've been collecting these types of books more that we read on stream more seriously, I've really come to be somebody who appreciates the used condition of the book, you know? I think it's charming. I don't mind at all, you know, when I see listed on eBay that, like, oh, like, some of the pages have some, like, writing here and there, like, you know, it's a little bit loved. I also took NyQuil notes now, so let's see if you guys hear from me again. Hopefully. It's not a 5. Oh, the games, right. Okay. Sorry, I was confused for a second. Did you find any more Cheetah Girls? Not yet. Lately I've been focusing on finding more like Nancy Drew Hardy Boys. I've taken a break from focusing on like Goosebumps heavily since I have a lot of R.L. Stine books. Not nearly all of them, but I have done pretty well on that side, so I figured I'd go round out this type of the corner, so, or at least that's where I'm focusing. I also rounded out the Wishbone corner of the library too, so again, don't have all of them, but did find a lot of them. I'm excited you got the Hardy Boys. I said, yeah, we'll have to read that at some point. I remember reading that one as a kid, but it's a very distant memory, and I couldn't tell you that much about it. All right, where was I? You're almost finished, she told herself. Just get it over with. I know Jake told you that he'd found out your secret. I don't know how much of your quote-unquote salary you had to fork over to keep him quiet, but that doesn't matter, Nancy said. It probably didn't even matter to Jake. After a while, because Jake decided to go after the bigger fish, didn't he? Which of your quote-unquote contacts did he try to blackmail? The one at the defense plant? The one here in Bedford? Both? Daryl turned his head to look at her, and Nancy saw that the anger was growing stronger. Well, it doesn't matter, she said. I'll find out, she spoke quickly, wanting to finish before Daryl exploded. What I really want to know, and what I think you can tell me, is who killed Jake. Was it you? The explosion came then. Nancy felt Daryl's hand, the touch of which had once made her quiver with excitement, close over her wrist in a painfully tight grip. Daryl, no. Then he was getting out of the car, dragging her roughly after him. Nancy stumbled and felt her knees scrape the parking lot pavement, but Daryl grabbed her arms by then and was pulling her up and pushing her against the car. Listen, he whispered hoarsely. Jake got in over his head, and so have you. If you think I'm a killer, what makes you think I'd stop with Jake Webb? Nancy saw the look of desperate fury in Daryl's eyes and knew she needed help. Fortunately, she'd planned for it. As she stared back at Daryl, she saw his eyes blink suddenly as 3 sets of headlights. Ah, yes, the friends, the buddy system. 3. Wait. 3. Um, 3 sets of headlights were switched on. 3 different locations. The glare blinded both of them for a second, but Nancy heard car doors opening and knew that Bess and George were on their way. Most importantly, George's quote-unquote blind date, Ned Nickerson, was with them. Nancy was glad he'd come home for the weekend. Knowing he was there made her feel stronger, so he wanted to go on a date, and she was like, hey, can you spot me while I fake date a maybe murderer? Daryl heard the doors too, and the sound of hurried footsteps on the pavement. He turned his head just in time to see 3 figures moving swiftly towards the Porsche. Then he ran. Nan, are you all right? Bess called out. I'm fine, Nancy shouted back. She took off after Daryl, before she'd taken even 2 steps. Ooh, and you know she's probably in heels. Good for her, running in heels. She felt someone rush past her. When she saw who it was, she stopped. Ned Nickerson could handle Daryl Gray any day of the week. Ned's strong legs easily ate up the distance between him and Daryl. As Nancy watched, he sprang into the air, landed on Daryl's back, and brought them both crashing down to the ground. Then he was up, yanking Daryl to his feet. He half-dragged him back to the Porsche and slammed him up against its side. Ned! Nancy had never seen him act so rough. When he'd arrived earlier, she'd told him everything about Daryl except for his feelings about her, and vice versa. She was saving that for later, when the case was all cleared up, but seeing the tension in Ned's face, she wondered if he suspected something. Probably. She hoped not. She definitely couldn't handle it at the moment. But then Ned loosened his grip on Daryl's jacket and turned to Nancy with an apologetic smile. Sorry, he said. I tend to get carried away when some killer threatens my girlfriend. Girlfriend, Daryl exclaims. Then he cried, I'm not a killer. You could have fooled me, Ned said quietly, as he stepped away from Daryl and let Nancy take over. You didn't kill Jake Webb? Nancy asked. Daryl shook his head. I just said that stuff to scare you off. His voice was drained of energy. He looked like a whipped puppy. The guy at the defense plant, Mitch Dillon. Ah ha ha! That name rings a bell from the game. Killed Jake. He told me so. Daryl took a shaky breath and then went on. See, Jake wasn't satisfied with blackmailing just me, so he forced me to get him in touch with Mitch. Mitch played along with him, let Jake set up a meeting at the school. Then he told Jake to give him the tape or he'd kill him. Daryl shook his head again, as if he couldn't quite believe it. I don't have to tell you what happened then. Knowing Jake, he probably laughed at the guy, Nancy said. Yeah, and he died laughing, the stupid jerk. Daryl was calmer now. There was no anger in his voice, just sadness. Anyway, when Mitch didn't get the tape, he was ready to explode. He told me to get it. Came on really strong with all kinds of threats. It was you in the video lab that day, wasn't it? Nancy asked. Daryl nodded. I started to chase you, he explained, but I just couldn't go through with it. I mean, what was I supposed to do when I caught you? Beat you up? He smiled weakly and shrugged. Well, you did scuff her up pretty badly. Sorry, I dropped my phone. That 3 in chat was a typo. Okay. Maybe Ned deserves rights sometimes. Maybe Ned deserves rights sometimes. He smiled weakly and shrugged. Waiting until you told me about the tape was one of the hardest times I've been through. But then, when I watched it with you, I wasn't on it. I thought I could put this whole thing behind me. Finally, Nancy had the entire story. She should have felt like celebrating, but she didn't. She felt more like crying. From the looks on Bess and George's faces, she could tell they felt the same way. How could you celebrate when someone, even a creep like Jake Webb, has been murdered? When Daryl Gray's life was probably ruined? Oh, we're losing people. Wait. You guys can see and hear me, right? Just making sure my internet isn't doing tech ghosty things. Nancy glanced at Ned. As usual, he sensed how she felt before she had to tell him. He came over and put his arm around her shoulder. What is it with the shoulder thing? Is that like a move that I'm not privy to? Core 9 of us usually stay till the end though. Oh yeah, it's 11:30. This is past some people's bedtimes, but you know, those of us that are stubborn are like, we're gonna finish this book, damn it. And then we're gonna write a review, and then we're all gonna try to go to bed. Well, I'm gonna be up editing and working, but you guys hopefully will go to bed for me. Nancy glanced at Ned. As usual. Oh wait, I already read that part. Nancy smiled at him and then turned back to Daryl. I don't think you'll ever be able to put it behind you, she told him. Not completely, anyway. You'll have to face up to what you've done and to what the government will want you to do. Will want to do to you. Daryl didn't bother to answer. He just gave a defeated shrug, not meeting her eyes. But I think I know a way for you to make it a whole lot easier on yourself, Nancy went on. Daryl raised his head, a spark of interest in his beautiful eyes. How? By helping us catch the murderer. You've got to be kidding. Mitch has nothing to lose at this point. Daryl's eyes swept over the parking lot, as if he were trying to find an escape route, but he was trapped and he knew it. Don't you understand? He screamed. He'll kill me. The inner circle yawns. And the cats. Of course, the cats. We lost the husband 15 minutes ago. Oh. I mean, arm around the shoulder is much more coupley than hand on the shoulder is, at least. That's true. That is true. Chapter 16. Is this our final chapter? I don't think. No, we've got 2 more after that. Almost done. Maddie! Thanks to chat the other day for recommending Frankenhooker. Just finished it. Oh, why do I have a feeling this is going to end in us doing a video about this movie at some point? Am I gonna have to, like, cut around most of this movie to get it on YouTube? Oh, gosh. Maddie, in case you're wondering, we're almost done with Nancy Drew's Secrets Can Kill. And I was gonna say something else, and now I forget. I mean, the movie is on YouTube. Fair. The answer is yes. Chapter 16. Ned turned the car smoothly onto Bedford Road, heading towards the high school. Then he glanced over at Nancy, who was frowning in concentration. You really think Mitch Dillon would kill Daryl? I just don't know, Nancy admitted. Who can say for sure? She felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. On Friday night in the parking lot, she'd spent almost 45 minutes convincing Daryl to see things her way by helping her put Mitch Dillon behind bars. Oh, so by Friday night, she only knew him for 5 days. They don't have that much of a bond to lose. By helping her put Mitch Dillon behind bars, she'd said Daryl would be easing his conscience and it might help him out of some of the trouble he'd gotten himself into. Yeah, he just needs to go all Neil Caffrey and white collar. She'd told Daryl that he didn't have much to lose. He basically needs to turn back to the government and be like, look, I could use my spy prowess at 18 for good, question mark, if you don't throw me in jail. Wait, I lost my place. That's not my place. There we go. He told Daryl that he didn't have much to lose either. It had been easy enough to say then what she was persuading Daryl to go along with her plan. When she was persuading Daryl to go along with her plan. But Monday was 3 days later, and in a few short hours, they'd be putting the plan into action. It was a good plan, Nancy knew, but no plan was foolproof. And if something went wrong, Daryl would be the one to pay the price. Sensing her worry, Ned reached over and squeezed her hand. His class load was light for the next few days, and he decided to stay and help out. Hey, he said gently, everything's going to be fine. I'll be there. George and Bess and Alan will be there. Even the police are coming, and you're way ahead of the game where they're concerned. You've already solved the case, and they're still scratching their heads about it. Well, I had a head start on them. Plus a very important piece of evidence. Nancy began to feel bitter. Besides, I do need them. They're the only ones who can make an arrest. Nancy's like, I just need the cops to make an arrest. That's all they're really good for. Will the plan work, though? Cute, you think Daryl has half of Neil Caffrey's charisma to even attempt pulling that off? True, that is true. I didn't mean to disrespect Neil Caffrey like that. This chat is vicious when we decide we hate a fictional character, aren't we? Nancy giggled, remembering the look on the police captain's face when she told him her story. He'd never heard of Nancy Drew, girl detective, and it took 2 phone calls, one to her father and one to Mr. Parton, to make him stop looking angry and start looking amazed. So she's a few towns over if the police chief hasn't heard of her, because Police Chief McGinnis definitely knows about her. Oh, Perry's back. Hang on, Perry. Let me get to the bottom of this page. Once he got over his amazement, though, the captain had been more than willing to go along with Nancy's plan. It was a simple plan, really. All right, Perry has returned. Give me a second. Hi, what you been doing? Nothing much? Yeah, I know. Same here. I know. What is it? What's the matter? Perry. We don't even pull punches for 10-year-olds, LMAO. We really don't. Hi, Perry. How's it been? Will you too steal my heating pad? Perry will literally just like sprawl out in the middle of the bed, and I'll just be like, okay, sure. I guess it's Perry's bed now. Not like I bought it or put it together or moved it around when we had to shoot a period piece in here. You guys can't see this, but her feet are just like comically like just sticking out. Like her feet are just like straight out in front of her. Whoop, sorry. Perry. What you doing, Pear? Gonna finish this book. You want to help? Welcome back, our fur deity. Yes. Perry, people want you to be on merch. Okay. Daryl had called Mitch Dillon, told him he had the incriminating tape, and set up a meeting with him for Monday afternoon at 5:30. At the meeting, Daryl Really? With the foot? With the foot? Okay. At the meeting, Daryl would make sure that Mitch talked about murdering Jake Webb. Then the best part of the plan was that Nancy and her friends were going to get the confession on videotape using a hidden camera. Hey, they learned from Jake, the dead guy. He's the guy that died, Perry. As Ned drove toward Bedford High, Nancy, what are we doing? Nancy checked her watch. In a few hours, the case would be over, she hoped. The thought of having to wait out the entire day in school was driving her crazy. She's like a toddler at an Applebee's. Are you seeing this? Chaos deity. There was a dragon goddess. What kind of goddess is Perry? Chaos deity. Oh, yeah. It's a pretty kitty. He definitely is a chaos deity. If I find out that, like, this is some kind of, like, Rick Riordan style, like, some, like, chaos demon is just, like, posing as my cat to fuck with me, wouldn't even be surprised. As Ned drove toward Bedford High, Nancy checked her watch. In a few hours, the case would be over. She thought the thought of having to wait the entire day at school was driving her crazy. Okay. How many times have I had to reread something? I'm so sorry. But she wanted to keep an eye on Daryl and make sure he didn't bolt. She didn't think he would, but she couldn't take that chance. Now remember, Ned joked as he pulled the car to a stop, don't lose your lunch money and don't cut any classes. Very funny, Nancy said. How about we trade places? You go to school and I'll scout around for the meeting place. No thanks, but I will make a deal with you. Ned leaned over and put his hand on the back of her neck. You behave in school, and our trip to the mountains will be next weekend. Mom and Dad are dying to get up there. The cabin has a big stone fireplace, and it's really cozy on cold nights. You've got yourself a date. Nancy bent her head and kissed Ned, wondering how she'd ever thought Daryl Gray was exciting, but she had, and she was going to have to deal with that sooner or later. Later, she told herself. She gave Ned another lingering kiss. Ugh. This is worse than Daryl. Then hopped out of the car and went into school. Loki. Oh my god, it would be Loki too. Loki, I swear to God. If Nancy really had been a student, she would have flunked out for sure. At least 10 times that day. She'd been caught staring out the window instead of taking notes, and her English teacher had come right out and asked her if she left her brains at home. "Where is your mind, Miss Drew?" Nancy was tempted to tell him that her mind was on blackmail, espionage, and murder, but she kept her mouth shut. He would probably have sent her straight to the school psychologist. She saw Daryl twice, in the hallway and in the cafeteria, and he seemed fine, nervous, but ready to go. He said. Nancy was nervous too, and edgy, with waiting. But knowing that Daryl was holding up okay made her relax a little. The next time she saw him was at the meeting place, a public park near Bedford High. She joined Ned. She's still more interested in Daryl, because with Ned, she's like, Ned's pretty cool. Chaosity. I like it. Perry. I have some curtains that aren't hung up. They're just kind of, well, they were folded. Now they're just crumpled because Perry likes to chase them around, and that's what I'm hearing. There's an advertisement in the back for the Nancy Drew Hardy Boys crossover series. I have a bunch of those books. Chaos ensues. Yeah. Perry, really? The next time she saw him was at the meeting place, a public park near Bedford High. She joined Ned, Bess, Alan, and George there as soon as school was out. Ned had been exploring the park most of the afternoon and finding the best place to conceal the camera. He was showing Nancy some heavy shrubs that looked perfect when Daryl came running up to them. Nancy glanced at his face and felt her heart begin to sink. Daryl looked terrified. "It's Mitch. Daryl gasped for his breath. "He called me at school pretending he was my father. We can't go through with this." "Why not?" Nancy asked. "What did he say?" "He said he can't make it at 5:30, Daryl told her. "I don't know if he suspects anything, but he's going to be here in 10 minutes, and there's no time to let the police in on the change of plans." Nancy felt a moment of panic herself, but just a few seconds that panic changed to anger. "Look," she said, "maybe he does suspect something. He wouldn't be a very good spy if he didn't keep his eyes open. But he can't possibly have any idea about what we've got in store for him. We can't just give up. He could be planning to leave the country or something. This might be our last chance to get him." "Nancy's right," Ned said quietly. "Besides, if Daryl doesn't show, then Mitch will definitely suspect something." It was too late to try to do any more persuading. Nancy just looked at Daryl, silently urging him. "Perry! Oh my God, what is happening out there?" Poor Daryl, he stands no chance of pulling a Neil Caffrey in that case. And I think she's still more intrigued by Daryl. I think she's still just got the energy of like, Ned's reliable kind of thing. He has a good home. Yeah, we like her. We need a villain that has chaos in their name. Yes, Chaosity. I like. Hang on. Chaos Kitty wants to leave now. My tiny Christmas tree was knocked over. I'm not surprised. I'm just confused. Airstream once again. I'm back. Okay. Anyway. Coincidence that our viewership goes up when Perry gets here. People log in and are like, "Is that fucking cat?" It was too late to try to do any more persuading. Nancy just looked at Daryl, silently urging him to hang on. Daryl stared at the ground a few seconds, considering. Then he raised his head and nodded at Nancy. "Let's go, detective." As calmly as if they had an entire police force waiting in the wings, the 6 young people took their places. Bess and her rock star to be sat close together on one of the park benches, their arms around each other. They didn't have to pretend to be in love, Nancy noticed. Oh. Nancy, Ned, and George. Nancy's like, I don't have that with Ned. Nancy, Ned, and George concealed themselves behind the shrubs where they could film the encounter. Without being seen, Nancy panned the camera over the park, stopping Daryl for a few moments. Daryl was sitting on another bench some distance away from the young lovers. Nancy had been worried about him before, but she looked at him now, the worry vanishing. He was lounging casually on the bench, idly scanning one of his school books, looking as calm and relaxed as the day she'd first seen him at the stoplight in Bedford. He's pretty cool, George commented softly. Nancy nodded. He really missed his calling. He should have been an actor. A branch was poking her in the ear. She reached up to push it away and felt Ned's hand close over hers. She smiled and started to say something, but just then, Ned's eyes shifted from her face and she felt him tense. Company, he whispered. Through the camera lens, I guess I can go back to this now. Welcome back, Milo. I disappeared because life issues. I get it. It's totally cool. Don't feel bad. The chair streamer. Oh, gosh. Because Dad mentioned deity. I like it. Bess and Alan are super cute. I just love that the chat accidentally came up with something that was legitimately canon without knowing it. And yes, Bess and Alan are cute. Bess and Alan are endgame, and yes, I am thinking it is a version of Alan that we met in Castle Malloy. Through the camera lens, Nancy watched a heavy-set man stroll into the park. He was wearing jeans and a dark blue windbreaker. And as he stopped by the duck pond, he brought out a handful of popcorn from his pocket and threw it into the water. He didn't hurry or glance around. He was simply a man taking a late afternoon walk through the park. Just one thing set him apart and made Nancy's hands begin to sweat: his bushy mustache. It was the same mustache she'd seen on Jake's tape. And he was the same man who'd met Daryl in front of the defense plant. Would be funny, though, if, like, Nancy was really bad at identifying people and it was just, like, Tom Selleck. It was Mitch Dillon, spy, killer, and soon-to-be convicted criminal, if everything went the way Nancy hoped it would. Dillon stopped feeding the ducks, and as he walked along the curved path at the edge of the pond, Nancy could tell that he wasn't as oblivious to his surroundings people would have thought. His eyes roved constantly over the park, looking for signs of a trap. As he glanced over the shrubs where the camera crew was hidden, Nancy instinctively held her breath, even though she knew he couldn't see her. Then Dillon took a drink from the water fountain. And when he straightened up, he gave the surroundings one last look, seemingly satisfied, and wiped his mustache and began the slow amble towards Daryl. Nancy gripped the camera tightly, holding it steady as Dillon eased himself down onto the bench beside his quote-unquote contact. Nancy saw Dillon's lips move. Then Daryl nodded, reached into his book bag, and pulled out a bulky envelope. It wasn't the incriminating tape, of course. It was blank. Daryl didn't hand it over right away, though. Instead, he started talking, and Nancy knew he was talking about Jake Webb. Keep talking, she urged Daryl silently. Get that murder confession out of Dillon and onto that mini cassette you're wearing under your shirt. Nancy hated being where she was out of earshot. Looking at, why did they need the camera? I guess it's just extra evidence, but if he has a mini cassette, like... Wait. She smiled and whispered, I'm in love with Frank Hardy. Yes. Thank you for saying this. It makes me happy. I will update you on the chemical properties of the water soon. Creating more characters for my series for my group of main characters to interact with, and I'll base the new characters and name them after all of you. Oh, thank you, Toonie. That's so sweet. When I said I didn't think Nancy Drew would throw any major curveballs, I take it back. Yeah. Nancy Drew is super underrated as a series in the way of, like, you never really know what it's gonna be. Nancy Drew Teen Detective meets Sabrina the Teenage Witch. That would be fun. Character I haven't named yet who has powers, who does a bit in the series. I'll name her Avery. Oh, thank you. That's mad cool, Toonie. I cannot wait to see this. I draw her, I'll send you the drawing. Thank you. I'm gonna hang it up somewhere. Nancy hated being where she was out of earshot, looking at the scene through a tiny lens. She wanted to be where the action was, hearing everything for herself. It was frustrating being so out of it. She toyed with the idea of giving the camera to George or Ned and sneaking through the bushes until she was close to Daryl and Dylan, but she decided it wasn't worth the chance. One false move was too many. One too many twigs snapping under her feet could blow it. Camera, no thank you. And she couldn't afford to blow it, especially without the police to back her up. Dylan reached for the envelope then, but Daryl didn't let go. He was still talking. That must have meant that Dylan hadn't said anything about Jake's murder. Nancy wondered why. Could something have gone wrong? Was Daryl being so obvious that Dylan suspected something? Keeping the camera steady, Nancy looked away from the viewfinder for a second. Maybe a quote-unquote real look would tell her something. But before she could say anything, a blinding flash of light went off in the bushes in front of the park bench. Nancy stared long enough to see Mitch Dillon leap up from the bench, the envelope in his hands. Then she dropped the video camera and began running. Something had gone wrong, and Dillon was on his feet. Nancy had to stop him before he got away. Video camera is there in case something happens to Daryl / the mini cassette. I feel that's fair. That's a fair backup plan. Also, a part of me, aside from just like in-universe reasons to have it, I do feel like the writer felt like they were doing a full circle thing by being like, you know, Jake was blackmailing people and now Nancy's like using the same thing for justice. Chapter 17. Oh, it's almost midnight where I am. I don't know about you guys. It was definitely a good idea to split this particular book into streams. I don't know what you guys think, but I think we'll total a little over 8 hours worth of reading a book, and that would have just been a little too much for one stream, I think. Chapter 17. As Nancy raced through the bushes, a scream rang out, shattering the peaceful silence of the park. There was another scream, and then a woman's voice cried, "What are you doing? Let go of me!" Although the shrubbery blocked Nancy's view, it didn't matter. She would have known that voice anywhere. It belonged to Brenda Carlton. The quote-unquote ace reporter had blown it for Nancy again. I forgot about Brenda. Nancy was so angry she was shaking. Mostly she was angry at herself. She'd made the deal with Brenda, and she should have known better. Brenda couldn't be trusted. She was trouble right down to the tips of her perfectly manicured nails. Thinking about Brenda made Nancy careless for a second, and a second was all it took. A thick root lay like a snake across the path. Nancy tripped on it and went sprawling face down right next to the bench where Daryl and Mitch Dillon had been sitting. Well, who's this? Dillon said with a sneer. Another member of the kitty corps. Get up, he ordered roughly. Nancy stood up quickly, appraising the situation. Daryl was standing a few feet from the park bench, Brenda's camera and its flash attachment on the ground in front of him. Dillon had one arm around Brenda's neck, and in his other hand, he held a gun. The gun was pointed at Brenda's head. Yeah, Nancy Drew got real when it wanted to. A shrubbery. Yeah, a shrubbery. At midnight, I turned back to my normal form. Nancy, please, Brenda stammered. I didn't mean for this to happen. If you just told me everything, I would have stayed out of your way. You've been following me the whole time, haven't you? Nancy said. Brenda nodded dumbly and then winced as Dylan tightened his grip around her throat. Brenda's eyes were terrified, and Nancy couldn't help feeling sorry for her. There was no pity in Mitch Dillon's eyes, though. They were about as compassionate as a shark's. That's enough chit-chat, girls, he said. It's time to stop playing games. This isn't a game, Nancy said. Dylan eyed her coolly. You're right, it's not. It's real life, and I'm going to get rough if you don't do what I say. He shifted his glance to Daryl. I want that camera, he said, eyeing Brenda. Camera on the ground. You hand it to me and nobody gets hurt. I'll walk out of the park and out of your lives. It'll be like a bad dream. It already is, Nancy thought. Her mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. Then suddenly she noticed something. Bess and Alan were close by, but neither Ned nor George had followed her through the shrubs. George had followed her through... so Dylan had no way of knowing that they were even around. Nancy knew Ned and George well enough to know that they weren't just standing by waiting to see what happened. One of them had probably snuck out of the park already and called the police. If Nancy could keep Mitch Dillon talking, keep him from leaving somehow, then there was a chance they could get out of this mess. All she needed was time. What happens if you don't get the camera? She asked. Dylan sighed wearily. If I don't get the camera, then somebody gets hurt. You want to guess who? He spoke as if Nancy were a child asking annoying questions, and Nancy decided to play along with him. Who? She asked. Who do you think? Brenda cried. I'm the one he's pointing the gun at. Will you just give him the stupid camera so he'll let me go? Smart girl, Dylan said. I suggest you follow her advice, Red. Nancy hated to be called Red, especially by someone like Dylan. And if I don't, then you'll kill her, just like you killed Jake Webb, right? She asked. You're catching on fast, Dylan replied. I already killed one nosy kid. I'm not afraid to kill another. You got it just right. At least we got the confession, Nancy told herself. No thanks to Brenda. She's like, we can let Brenda die. We have the confession now. It's fine. Nancy, you could let her die right now and no one would blame you for it, right? It wouldn't even be like your fault. With 0 to 100 real quick. This whole book has been 0 to 100. It's been a lot. Nitrate levels are low. Monty Python circuits aren't active at this hour. Yeah, right? Brenda, Nancy's life would have been a lot easier if Brenda died right here. Good. Oh, it's a good thing for the levels to be low because high levels kill fish. See, I know nothing about this kind of stuff. This is fascinating. You're right, Dex is where was I? Dylan shifted impatiently. Now, how about the camera? Red. Nancy gritted her teeth. If you want it so much, why don't you get it yourself? Nobody's stopping you. We're all just a bunch of stupid kids, remember? You may be stupid, but I'm not, Dylan said. You think I don't know what'll happen if I reach for that camera? You'll try to play hero and jump me, and even though I'd win, I just don't have time for a brawl right now. I'll bet, Nancy said. Gotta catch a plane to Russia, right? Back to the USSR? I'm starting to lose my patience, Dylan shook his head. Has he had a Russian accent this entire time? I don't know what to do with this information. End of Brenda. End of Brenda sounds like a album that, like, Snow Patrol would have put out in 2003. I'm starting to lose my patience, Dylan shook his head in disgust and turned to Daryl. Okay, buddy, do your partner one last favor and hand me the camera now. Oh my god, Snow Patrol. I know, no, you haven't thought about Snow Patrol in like 1,000 years. Nancy Drew versus Russian Spy, a matchup that happens weirdly commonly, weirdly a lot in Nancy Drew properties. Don't do it, Daryl, Nancy shouted. Wait, what was the last thing I read? I already forget. Wait, he wants the camera. They're just going back and forth. Okay. Don't do it, Daryl, Nancy shouted. Nancy, Brenda squeaked. What are you doing? He's going to kill me. That's right, Dylan was staring at Daryl. I'm going to kill her if you don't give me that camera in 10 seconds. 10. 9. Hey, Daryl held out his hands. Just keep cool, Mitch. I'll give it to you. 6. 5. I appreciate that the writer accounted for the seconds that he was counting while Daryl was speaking, so they're just, like, talking over each other. This is a funny image for some reason. Brenda opened her mouth, but no sound came out. 4. Slowly, Daryl bent down and took hold of the camera strap. As Dylan reached the count of 2, Daryl straightened up and in one quick move swung the heavy camera at Dylan's face. At the same instant, the gun went off. The gunshot sent Nancy into motion. She didn't know if Dylan hit anyone, but she hurled herself at him, determined to stop him from doing any more damage. She hit him just below the knees as she tried to get a good grip on his jeans. Dylan reached down and took a swing at her. His fist collided with her jaw in a punch that gave her an instant headache. You really do see stars, Nancy thought. Her ears were ringing and her vision was blurred. It was hard to tell exactly what was going on, but she sensed a lot of movement around her. Then she heard a familiar voice calling to her. Don't worry, Nancy, Ned shouted. The police are on their way. Nancy rubbed her eyes and saw Ned and Alan racing together after Mitch Dillon, who was charging across an open field of grass, heading for the sidewalk that bordered the park. He was still clutching the fake tape in one hand, and the camera swung wildly by its strap in the other. If Dylan had only known that neither the tape nor the camera was going to do him any good, he might have gotten away, but he was determined to take all the quote-unquote evidence with him, and it slowed him down. The heavy camera kept banging into his knees. It probably hurt, Nancy thought with satisfaction, which was why Dylan finally broke stride for a few seconds and tried to get a tight grip on the camera itself. Those few seconds were all it took. As Dylan grappled with the camera, Ned and Alan put on a burst of speed and reached him just as he was about to take off again. First Ned, then Alan leapt on top of Dylan, the three of them rolling over and over until they came to a jarring stop against the base of a water fountain. Dylan wasn't going anywhere at the moment. I love that they apprehended him without the police. They had him. Nancy closed her eyes in relief. When she opened them again, the first person she saw was Brenda Carlton, looking more like a bag lady than a fashion-conscious reporter. Damn, Nancy. Her butter-soft leather boots were covered with mud and grass stains. Her red silk blouse was missing 2 buttons, and a smear of lipstick decorated her chin. She was still sitting where Dylan had tossed her. The gun was right next to her, and every time she looked at it, she sobbed hysterically. So, am I the only one who does this? I, like, cast actors that characters remind me of in my head, as if this was a movie. So going down the list, I feel like Brenda Carlton would be played by Courtney Cox in a very, like, Scream-esque fashion. Now I'm hearing his lines in a Russian accent, and it makes it notably less tense. Sure hope it hit Brenda. Damn, Ellery. Book. BTW guy has a thick Eastern European accent right at the end, huh? Thanks, book. I mean, it was written during the Cold War, so it makes sense. No, it definitely makes sense. It's just funny that they didn't tell us until, like, right at the end. Who would win, a child detective or an old Russian man? So we're cheering for the death of Brenda now. No more Barney? I feel like we can do both. We can multitask. Clearly the 18-year-old. If it's Nancy Drew, yeah. Nancy Drew must have some serious PTSD by adulthood. She probably has severe PTSD now. Why am I thinking of the reporter from Scream? Yes. No, that's what I'm saying. That's who I'm picturing Brenda Carlton being played by in this rendition that I've cast for myself. I don't know who would play Bess. Who would play Bess? 100 sarcastic remarks went through Nancy's mind, but before she could decide which one to say, really kick her while she's down. Bess touched her shoulder. Nan, her voice was shaky. Do you know anything about gunshot wounds? What? Nancy whirled around to face her friend. Were you hit? No, I'm okay, Bess assured her. It's Daryl. Daryl Gray was sitting a few feet away from Brenda. His handsome face was pale, and his eyes were full of pain. He was clutching his right shoulder, and even as Nancy looked, a bright red stream of blood seeped through his fingers. I don't think it's too bad, he said as Nancy crouched beside him, but it sure does hurt. He grinned weakly, and Nancy smiled back. Thank you, she said. You really came through for us. So did this, George said triumphantly. She emerged from the bushes and pointed at the video camera she was carrying. I got the whole scene on tape. Every last bit of it. Nancy gave her a thumbs-up signal of victory, and at the same moment she heard the police siren. Faint at first, but growing louder by the second. It was all over. They'd done it, and Nancy laughed, barely feeling the pain in her swollen jaw. And meanwhile, Daryl was like, that's cool, thanks, but also, somebody call 911, please? Staring death in the face, one can only joke. What do we say to the god of death? All right, this must be the last chapter. Courtney Cox and Officer Doofus, yeah. All right, chapter 18. We did it, Nancy. Also, I'm dying. Chapter 18. When Nancy walked into Mr. Parton's office the next afternoon, the principal stood up and gave her a smile that seemed to light up the entire room. The confused, worried look on left his eyes, and there was a definite spring in his step as he came around the desk to shake her hand. Your father told me you were first rate, he said, beaming at her. I thought it said breathing at her, and I was like, what the fuck does that mean? Oh, it's just a little shock. It's a flesh wound. He's fine. I'm glad I listened to him. Thank you, Nancy said with a laugh. I'm glad you did too. She sank into a chair and took the mug of steaming tea Mr. Parton offered her. How do you feel? The principal asked. I understand you made, quote, direct contact with Mitch Dillon's fist. Nancy touched her jaw. There was a purple bruise on that side of bruise on it that her makeup didn't quite cover. But she decided it went with the territory. It only hurts when I laugh, she joked. Anyway, it was worth it to see the police handcuffing Mitch Dillon. By the time the police had arrived at the park, all the fight had gone out of Mitch. He listened in stony silence as his rights were read to him, but Nancy couldn't see the panic in his eyes. He was finished, and he knew it. Nancy could see the panic in his eyes. There we go. I was right. 'Tis but a scratch. Literally gets shot. Yes. I love when they make the reference to that in what am I trying to say? Small Soldiers. It's like none of the kids who were watching appreciated it, but their parents did, and those kids are grown up now, and we appreciate it now. Nancy could see the panic in his eyes. He was finished, and he knew it. Murder and espionage, Mr. Parton whistled softly. Right here in Bedford. If Jake Webb hadn't been so greedy, it might still be going on. He shook his head in amazement. He's like, I'm glad that student of ours died. Well, Dylan won't be busy for a long time, that's for sure. Shook his head in amazement. Well, Dylan won't be busy for a long time, that's for sure. Okay. What about his foreign contact, Nancy asked. I don't suppose we'll ever get the whole story, Mr. Parton said, but I heard on the news this morning that two, quote, diplomats checked out of their Bedford mansion last night. Mother Russia probably wanted them home fast. I guess that takes care of the spy ring. For a while, anyway, Nancy said. What's going to happen to Daryl Gray? I kind of like that there's a tiny little loose end. Like, not anything enough to, like, keep you up at night, but just enough to make it feel real, you know? That. Avery, I love you all. I'm going to bed because I'm exhausted. I worked 33 hours this week. Good night, Ellery. Thank you so much. Get some sleep. Yeah. Hopefully catch up on sleep tonight. May you sleep like a cat. Yes. Away in seconds. I guess it takes care of the spy ring for a while anyway, Nancy said. What's going to happen to Daryl Gray? Mr. Parton's good spirits took a dive for a moment. I don't know yet, he sighed. He's in deep trouble. Deep shit. There's no doubt about that. I still can't believe he did what he did. Nancy agreed, but she felt strongly that Daryl deserved a break. I know you feel terrible about him, she said, but I think if it hadn't been for Daryl, Mitch Dillon would have escaped yesterday. Daryl did the right thing in the end. He also got shot for it. Mr. Parton nodded. You're right, and I'm sure the government will agree with you. He'll have to pay for what he did, but maybe the price won't be so high. He sipped some tea and relaxed again. By the way, the police are holding Jake's videotape for evidence, but they've promised to keep as quiet as they can about Walt and Hal and Connie. That's great. In spite of what they'd done, Nancy couldn't help feeling that those three kids had been victims as much as anyone else. Have you talked to them? To all three, Mr. Parton told her. Hal's taking the SATs again. Walt decided to bench himself for a while, and Connie's agreed to get some help for her shoplifting problem. So there's a happy ending after all. And, he went on, I didn't mention your part in the case, even though I wanted to. Good. Who knows, Nancy said. I might have to come here undercover again someday. Mr. Parton winced, and then shook his head, and then shook hands with her. There we go. Don't take this the wrong way, he said, but I hope not. She's like, yeah, I hope not to either. Wait, no one died, Cameron. Are we talking? Daryl didn't die, just for the record. As Nancy took a last walk through the halls of Bedford High, there was a spring in her step, too. She had solved the case, but it was more than that. She caught sight of Hal and Walt and Connie and noticed that all three of them seemed to have lightened up overnight. In fact, the whole atmosphere of the school had lightened up. Maybe since the biggest secret had been revealed, the smaller secrets, injury and cheating and shoplifting, could be forgotten. A lot of kids were carrying copies of Today's Times, and Nancy noticed that Brenda Carlton had finally gotten her name on a front-page story. Beneath the headline, Bedford Police Crack Espionage Ring, Nancy smiled to herself as she picked up a copy of the discarded paper off the hall floor. Brenda must have been very happy to keep her part of the bargain and leave Nancy's name out of the story. As Nancy quickly scanned the article, she saw with relief that Daryl's part in helping catch Dillon got just as much play as his role of the courier for spies. Brenda, naturally, didn't mention her own near-disastrous actions at all. Oh, yeah, the kid, Jake Webb, known as Jake Rogers in the game. Sorry, my brain is mush. Yeah, he died. It was his murder case. So yes, he did die. I thought that you thought Daryl had died from his gunshot wounds. He didn't. Copy you. Feel you. I was thinking that. I wasn't sure. Yeah. So Jake was murdered. That was the murder case. But Daryl is fine. 'Tis but a scratch. Daryl was still in the hospital, the story said, but was expected to recover quickly. Nancy had a feeling that he could always bounce back, and she was sure that in a few years he'd get over this nightmare he'd been involved in. So things were turning out okay, she thought. Daryl's, got connections, right? His family is, wealthy politician family. He'll probably be fine. There are now 8 billion people now. Holy shit. Wow. Damn. Kind of died, but not really. He's fine. We've hit 8 billion people, as a planet. That's amazing. And hard to wrap your brain around, you know? So things were turning out okay, she thought. As she pushed open the door and walked outside, she had one loose end to tie up, and then she could put the Bedford High case behind her and move on to the next one, whatever it might be. The quote, loose end was Ned Nickerson, and he was waiting for her in his car. What? This is as good a time as any to tell him about Daryl, Nancy thought. She pulled her jacket collar up against the chilly October wind and went down the steps to meet him. Hi, Nancy pushed open the door for her and took her hand as she slid in. Did everything go okay? Fine, Nancy said, and told him what Mr. Parton had told her. Great, then it's all over, huh? Almost. Nancy linked her fingers with his and took a deep breath. She wished she'd had a chance to discuss her problem with Bess, but there hadn't been time. Besides, Bess was so involved with Alan Wales that she was hardly paying attention to anything that was going on around her. She and Alan ate, slept, and breathed guitars and musicians. Nancy was on her own. After another deep breath, she said, Ned, there's something I have to talk to you about. I bet I can guess, Ned said softly. It's Daryl Gray, isn't it? You mean you knew? Not really, Ned told her, but I saw the way he looked at you a couple of times, and the way you looked at him. Nancy should have guessed. Ned knew her better than anyone else. It wasn't much, really. I mean, we didn't fall in love or anything like that. I guess we were just attracted to each other. I wasn't looking for it to happen. It just did. You don't have to explain, Ned said. He stared ahead of him, at the entrance to Bedford Halls. But I want to. Nancy squeezed his hand and tried to get him to look at her. I feel terrible telling you, but it's better than keeping it from you because I love you, she said. Ugh. No other guy could be as perfect for me as you are. That is not true, Nancy, and you know it. Then it's over? Ned asked. It hardly got started, Nancy said. So there's nothing to talk about, is there? Ned finally looked at her, but Nancy couldn't read the expression in his eyes. She couldn't tell what he was thinking. Guess not, she said, but I wanted to tell you anyway. I understand. I'm glad you did. Ned pulled her close and kissed her gently. Let's get out of here, okay? Okay. Nancy kissed him back and settled herself in the seat. She was glad she told him to. But had she done the right thing? Ned said he understood, but did he really? Would she have understood if he told her about some girl at the university? Nancy shook her head, trying to get this writer really... Oh, wow, hi. Hi, everybody. Grant me emergency powers. I got it. It's fine. We're also going to report while we're here. Only had one tonight. That was kind of interesting. We had like 4 or 5 last night. Hello? Hello. Let's see. Did that work? Figure it out. Well, come on. Am I back? Hello? McFly? Let's see. Yeah. Okay, good. Good. Okay, sorry. I just got like a random error message. And then OBS said no. And I was like, I'm literally on the last page. Just let me read the last page and write the review, and then we can all go home. Well, I am home, but, you know, you're probably all home too, but... It was those bots. I don't know how, but the bots did it. I don't know about Monday. Monday's up in... Or I don't know about tomorrow. Tomorrow's up in the air, but Monday should still be a go. As far as I'm aware. Oh, are you asking what day the... Oh, if you're asking what day Kingdom Hearts streams happen, that's Mondays. And as far as I'm aware, we're still doing it. Okay. Anyway, let me read this last damn page. Not even the whole page. Nancy shook her head, trying to get rid of such disturbing thoughts. It was over. She'd done what she thought was right, and she'd just have to wait to see what happened. As the car pulled away from the school, Nancy turned and took one last look. It was a handsome, modern building, and it appeared peaceful in the afternoon sun. It was hard to believe the things that had gone on behind its red brick walls. Nancy turned and caught Ned's eye. He was smiling at her, and she felt a sudden urge to run her fingers through his hair. Ugh. She also felt relieved that she'd told him the truth about Daryl. She didn't want any secrets between her and Ned. She'd found enough secrets at Bedford High. Nancy's next case. Rockstar's mysterious disappearance. Deadly Intent. I don't know if I own Deadly Intent. I'll have to check. If not, I can try to track it down. We did make it, guys. Congratulations. Oh, boy. I don't know if anybody cares about the Goodreads. Thank you to the 7 people that are still here. We have all made it. We have all survived. Let's log our book read on Goodreads. We just finished reading Nancy Drew Secrets Can Kill. Like, literally just now. And it was actually quite fun. I find it hard to believe that spamming live chats like that accomplishes anything. Yeah, I have no idea. YouTube needs to be way more on it with that, because it's something that they could easily be doing. I don't expect them to get every single one, but they could be doing way more to block the ones that get through. All right, so we finished the book, guys. Let's see. What are we? Does anybody have an opinion? I'll have to watch it back when I get the chance. Definitely do. It was definitely a wild ride from start to finish. Genuinely, this had pretty good pacing. I liked this one. This one was pretty good. I could have done without the forced romance so much, but I think it's like a 4-star read. What does chat say to that? Also, do we have any comments, chat, for I agree. Okay. Tony agrees with me. Yeah. Let's do 4. And then let's see, do we have any comments for our review? I'll probably have to go back to older reviews and add this little thing because we weren't writing them at the very beginning. Reading of this book is filmed. Oh my god, I can't type. I need Mavis Beacon. Okay. I'm going to say this almost reads like a generic 80s, or I don't want to say generic. Oh, okay, that's just how that's weird. Okay. Why does my 0 look so strange? I thought I was doing that, but that's not. Okay. Anyway. Secrets really can kill. 'Tis but a scratch. Yes. Or let's say unclaimed 80s teen mystery got Nancy Drew inserted into it. I don't mean. Oh yeah, we always write that. We always write that misfiring, because we then proceed to write a review that's usually somewhat snarky and chaotic from the perspective of me and all the people in chat. Secrets can surprisingly kill. Secrets really can kill. Way. just is a very fresh take on the character and franchise. I have belted the printer. None of them are taut yet. And no explosion because I haven't yet touched the electronics. LOL. That's good. That's good. My dream is to one of these days find one of those, you remember the Disney CRT TVs? I want to find one of these days. I'm going to find one and be able to acquire it. And then I'm going to like retrofit it with a Raspberry Pi. 2 people can keep a secret if one is dead. Nice. Let me say, I could have done without so much forced romance. For Nancy. And we all loathed Gerald. Until the end, at least. But I find it hilarious how obvious it is that the writer of this novel hates Ned deeply. This is a good time to point out that as the host, we're talking to a Francie shipper for life. I also like that Nancy gets to be a less filtered, more typical team. From chat, one of the 3D printers. One said 25 3D printers in his. Whoa, that's a lot. His poor wife, LOL. Let's see. Oh, it turns out secrets really can kill. Two people can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Let's see, what else am I forgetting? I will say, final thoughts. I have a bunch of the Nancy Drew files. My collection, and I was excited to read this first since I love her interactive games, which based their first project off of this book. honestly, I wasn't expecting the pacing to be as good as it was, and I love that Nancy keeps surprising us. I just want her to stop dating jerks. Oh my god, that's funny. Have I forgotten anything, chat? What have I forgotten to mention? I will say, because Ellery pointed it out, Nancy is extra emotional / boy crazy here, and I don't hate it, but it is a surprise. Fairly distracting, this book. That's fair. We don't have to have Never Yours. We don't have to have super long reviews. I just find it as a nice, fun little way to end read streams. And wait, the Scooby. I always forget how we sign it, and we've done it like almost 30 times at this point. Crew 22. We don't really have spoilers. Yeah, sure. We started, we ended. Why can't I check that I have a copy? I can always check that I have a copy. Anyway. Oh, that chat was distracting. Okay, hang on. I can edit it. Because that is funny. Wait, how do I edit it? Because it's fairly easy to edit it. Oh, I just do that. Okay. This read for chat, who was fairly distracting between the two streams it took to read it, but that is just the vibes. Somebody's gonna get so confused / annoyed once. Well, actually, somebody did like one of our reviews, so I know that they have been read. People do see them, which is funny. And yeah, it is 12:40 where I am, so I will let you guys go, but I will see you very soon. I will have the new video out very soon. Thank you for being here to read this with me. I'm very excited. I'm very excited to read the others that I have in my collection and honestly find more for the collection because this was very, very fun. 4:40 p.m. our time. Good night, guys. I appreciate you all so much. It has been a long stream, but you guys are all awesome. I'm so glad I didn't pass out and have to stop the stream. That would have been just so awful. I thought I had been booted for a second, which would have been really funny timing. Oh, I did get... No, I didn't. Okay. That would have been really funny timing if I got booted. But good night, everybody. I'll see you next time. See you really soon. Yay for anti-fainting. Yay for staving off fainting. For reading books from the 80s. Good night.